And hello, my sweet, beautiful people. How the heck are ya? I hope you are good. I hope you are well. Swell, even. Maybe being all swole. You've been working out. My goodness. We are ready for more baseball shenaniganery of the out of the park variety. Particularly because I hate to say it, but any optimism I had surrounding, like, oh, maybe we'll get back into MLB The Show franchise tonight. I heard about that. I heard about that Rays gaming tournament. I heard about that Rays gaming tournament, and nah. But it sounds like we're getting ready for Raw in 2007. What a time that was, too, huh? What a time, featuring. God, what even happened to WWE in 2007? Aside from that, I know that happened. But, like, in terms of on-screen product only, it wasn't a great time. I guess off-screen it wasn't a great time either. Let's just restart this stream, shall we? Jesus. Raw in 07, Miz and Morrison versus... Was that in 07? Yeah, yeah, maybe. Hold on. Let's see. Monday Night Raw 2007. Cena versus Orton. Well, I mean, that's most WWE years. SmackDown Hotel has a results list. January 1st. Kevin Federline beating John Cena. I do remember that. Jeff Hardy beat Kenny Dykstra to keep the... Oh, fake Donald Trump versus fake Rosie O'Donnell. Uh-huh. Boy, January was a doozy. That was a doozy. Let's see what we got in March. Money in the Bank qualifying match. I mean, so that was the build-up to 23 in Detroit. Bobby Lashley beat the Master Lock Challenge. What do we got further down? Oh, Santino beating Umaga in Italy. Okay. What a year. What a year. What a year. We'll get to June and July. That's when things get interesting. Oh, God. Oh, Snitsky and Val Venus had a match. Who wouldn't tune in for that? Who doesn't want to tune into an episode of Raw in 2007 and see Snitsky over Val Venus and the Sandman beating Carlito by DQ? What a year. What a year. That is, that's a year right there. That is a year. Good Lord. That is, get out of my company. Oh, fucking hell. Get out of our company. That's insane. That is insane. You forgot the most important part, Mr. Kennedy. Hey, 2007 was the year of Mr. Kennedy until it very, very much wasn't. Oh my God. Was it very much not the year of Mr. Kennedy? That was so not the year of Mr. Kennedy. Yeah, that was a time. There we go. That's what I wanted. The year of Kennedy doing the Barry Bonds drugs. I mean, 2007 was the year of a lot of people doing a lot of drugs. There were quite a few suspensions. Quite a few suspensions, don't you think? My goodness, my goodness. Let me see. I wanted to see if there was anything else that I wanted to change. I think we were okay from here, though. Anderson. Just wanted to say I hate two-factor authentication. Fair, but it's good to have. I promise it's good to have. As someone who has had accounts broken into before, which isn't great. That's not a fun feeling. Was 07 the dropped Kennedy storyline due to injury misdiagnosis? Yes. Yes. It's, hey, you're fucked. You're going to be out for the year. Time to drop the Money in the Bank briefcase. Oh, just kidding. You're only going to be out for like 3 weeks. Oops. And then, yeah, he had quite a year that year. He went on CNN, I think it was, and talked about how like the WWE's clean as hell, and then he failed a drug test, or was named in a, let's see, 2007 WWE steroid bust. Following the murder-suicide in 2007, in August, 10 talents were suspended after they received steroids from a Florida doctor. Including, give us that list. This is from ESPN in 2007. So they suspended Funaki, Batista, Edge, Chris Masters, Johnny Nitro, Shane Helms. Of course, Benoit was on that list too. I could have sworn Kennedy was there. That must have been a different one, because he was definitely suspended that year. I didn't get any drugs from no Dr. Pepper or Dr. Thunder, dude. When one option doesn't work for some reason, you're locked out of your account like I've been. Oh, Smelly, I hear you on that. Don't worry. I hear you on that. So Kennedy just outright failed a test. He wasn't even a part of like that mass failure. So, what a time. What a time. Holy. 2007. Maybe one of the, if not the most bizarre years in the history of the WWE. And that says a lot, honestly. That does say a lot. Because, holy God. A lot happened. Like, a lot happened that year. So much happened that year. Alright, let us see then. I think... Was 07 or 08 the Cena and Orton vs. Raw gauntlet? I think that could have been as late as 2009. I gotta look that up. Cena Orton gauntlet. Cena Orton gauntlet Raw? Here we go. Oh, it's from the Wrestle Crap forum. Does it have a date on it, though? Ah, it was 2008, because they had the WrestleMania 24 deal in the background there when Cena was dropping the leg. So it was 2008. Yeah, let's have 2 people beat the entire fucking roster. That'll get us over. Oh, God. Dumper, what's going on? What's going on? Alright. You can only edit the budget. That's fine. Task Force recently scouted international. Alright. Let's see if there's anybody we gotta worry about, but I think we're good. Oh, you know what I was gonna do? Because so many people were being like, why don't you do this? Actually, I don't even know if I can change it from here. I have to go back to the menu? Remember the Career Squad being pushed as next big things? I don't know if they were ever pushed as the next big things. I mean, they were a pushed act, but next big things is pretty, that's a bit of a stretch. They were featured. You did have, like, Kenny Dykstra getting talked about. Like, yes, his future. Yeah, see, I agree with you, Kenny was. But, yeah, then they all got shoved in a box marked for OVW. Boy, I can't believe they just really struggled to get people over around that time. That's just crazy. Hello, Jonathan Spreadsheet. That's Mr. Spreadsheet to you. Where do I change those numbers? I don't remember. Game settings, probably. Alright, autosave once a week, that's fine. Save box score for human teams. Spirit Squad was made to push Kenny as the main event guy. I don't know if it was meant to push him to the main event. I think it was meant to be like, hey, look how good this kid is. You know? There we go. Let's see if we can do that. Show ratings matter the max. Sure. Show overall ratings lower than the min. Half-star players will be shown using a subscale of red stars. Sure. Why not? Then they had to dress like cheerleaders. That they did. Hey, George W. Bush was a cheerleader. What do you got against cheerleaders? Scouting accuracy, normal. Scouting report history. Incorporate stats in the full reports. We'll use the full 2080 because people keep complaining. Not complaining, but wondering why I don't do that. Did we get any good free agents? I will showcase the team shortly. They are something. This team is something. How does this look now? Do I like how this looks? All right, I mean, it does give people an overall. That's not bad. I can deal with that. Yeah, so our team for Season 2. At catcher, we have Braxton Fulford and Hunter Goodman. Basically, Hunter Goodman. First base is Charlie Condon and Rhys Hoskins because Chris Bryant's hurt. Second base, Adael Amador and Dylan Moore. Rock Riggio as well. Third base, Toshinobu Oda has come over from Japan. Shortstops, J.P. Crawford and Ezekiel Tovar. And an outfield setup of Troy Johnston, Jock Peterson, Brenton Doyle, and R.J. Shrek. Hell yeah, brother. So, yeah, we're not very good. But we're not trying to be very good. We're trying to be bad to actually build up a prospect pool a little bit. And I do think we did well in that regard. Our pitching staff is highlighted by Jason Foley, Jack Lebowski, Kyle Freeland. God, you know, when you do it with this rating scale, it's, oof. Oof, that really puts it into perspective with that 20 to 80 overall. Remember the DX segment that they were banned outside the building because Trips and Michelle go, yeah, it's Candace and Michelle. I do remember that, yeah, because Triple H had the mustard and the, yeah, comedy. Taps, so the funny thing is, like, so much of that, I missed a lot of WWF in 2006 because, like, flat out, we were under some hard times as a family. And we couldn't really afford cable. So the primary way I kept up was with it was the internet, or like YouTube was still super early. But it was primarily through DVDs. And they had like a DX DVD in like 2007. And this one, which I actually still have this, I think. And, yeah, this had, like, all those segments in 2006, and it's like, I don't know. The old new and improved DX, so they said. Hello, Endurance. Did you go to the movies? I was lucky we got UPN and CW on free local TV. I think that's all I was able to watch was SmackDown, if that. But, yeah, for most of 2000, actually... It's about December of 2005 until January 2007. I think we went without cable in our house for like the entirety of 2006. So I missed out on quite a bit. Probably going tomorrow. Fair enough. God, this team blows, by the way. Holy shit. This team blows. But in the system... You know, we got some dudes that are okay-ish for pitchers, but primarily it's in the potentials with Trey Rangel and Josh Volmerding, who are okay. You know, they're okay. Okay, well, what's going on? And we also got some dudes who aren't that good. And then batters, Malachi Washington, Melvin Gonzalez are solid. A couple guys who are better than average. A couple guys who might be ready to go for the main roster, but we gotta move some people out if that's gonna happen. MLB 26 still broken. So I haven't tried to play franchise since the White Sox debacle. We did play Road to the Show the other night, and that was okay. I didn't have any issues with that, so we might play more of that tonight, unless I end up playing games with friends here, which maybe. I thought Endo was at the movies. But there was a tournament tonight on MLB, a creator tournament, which also included Mills. And you know it's bad when Mills is putting up a server rant video about how bad the servers have been in this game so far for MLB The Show. So, yeah, it's not in a great spot. It would be really cool if FHM had a live start feature like Out of the Park. I don't disagree with that. That would be pretty cool. Beezy, what's going on, by the way? Thank you for 85 streams in a row. It's nuts. That is nuts. All right. So really quickly then, as we also say hello to Timber for the 9 months on the primer. Timber. I don't know why I felt the need to do that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Road to the Show run is going fine. Only thing I've noticed, one, if you click on the packages icon without having one game freeze, and two, very badly worded text, you are going to beat this record soon, including you are 4 hits away from record. Summers, Mike, what's up? Hope all is well. We didn't have cable, but I was on message boards at 7 getting results and going to Buffalo Wild. Jesus, Taps. You know, I will say, one of my earliest memories... All right, quit yelling in my ear, Deftones. John Deftones. One of my earliest memories of being a wrestling fan was on the school bus talking about what happened the next day. And especially, I was 6 years old, and there was a kid who must have been 3-4 years ahead of me, but he was a wrestling fan too, and his parents had the fucking big-ass satellite dish in the yard, so he got to get all of the pay-per-views. And specifically, I remember every Monday after a pay-per-view, because my experience as a kid and as a wrestling fan watching WWF pay-per-views was watching Sunday Night Heat to see what the stage looked like, and then once Heat was over, that was it. You're out of luck until Raw tomorrow, unless I got on the school bus and that kid was there, and, you know, you just try to find a seat close enough to him to be like, hey, what happened? I don't know what the internet is. I'm 6. What happened? Good times. Very, very good times, honestly. PS5, I haven't counted it. Shows and foul balls counting as home runs. So, Diamond, in terms of MLB The Show, there has been some crazy inconsistencies. Some people have been having an ungodly amount of issues. Some people haven't. Console to console, like server-wise, almost like internet provider to internet provider. It's just really... It's really weird. I really don't even know how to explain it. It's just been incredibly bizarre, honestly. And shout out to Sockful for the 25 months on the primer. And yeah, I don't know how to explain it. Like, there have just been some people who have had an ungodly amount of trouble. And then there's other people that, like myself, where it's like, man, again, we've had franchise mode freeze on us a double-digit amount of times. It's brutal. And like I said, for MLB, it's like I've uninstalled and reinstalled twice. I've obviously done, like, the Xbox console hard reset. Like, it is just something on their side of things, you know? How much of drafting Volmerding was his name being Volmerding? A good part of it, let's be honest. We also know early consoles aren't as stable as the newer built one. Yeah, I mean, I could try to get a code for the PlayStation side of things, but Zockville, thank you again for the 25 months, by the way. I had a friend growing up whose dad had one of the unscrambled. One of the black boxes, huh? It's because you have an American-made router. Maybe. Who knows? But we will try again soon for that White Sox run, and then maybe a streamer versus chat. It would just really suck to have to continue to deal with those issues, you know? It would really suck to continue to deal with those issues. All right, I just want to make sure. Okay, that goes back every time. It's like Fulford's 28. We could get rid of him, bring in one of those other guys. Only issue on PS5 I found is quick manage always brings up the opponent's bench for some reason. See, there's just so many little inconsistencies like that. It's just very, very bizarre, is the only way to put it. I really don't know how else to explain it aside from that. What's Hunter Goodman's contract? His deal's up at the end of the year. $21.5 million per. Jesus. Am I willing to pay Hunter Goodman $21.5 million a year? I don't know if I am. I don't know if I am. Although maybe I am. Hunter Goodman is better than Gatherer Bad Woman. Go to bed, Taps. Franchise autosave like Road to the Show, it wouldn't be as bad, but when you lose a lot of progress. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like playing a Pokemon game back on the freaking Game Boy Color days. Like, oh, you didn't save. Sorry, you lose. Good day, sir. You know? It's just how it goes. Jack Arcamone is probably our best potential catcher, which isn't great. Okay. Well. Ryan Aliendo. You're going to be on the block. Brian Betancourt's going to be on the block. We'll go back to the roster. We'll go back to catcher. Fulford will be on the block, too. Like back in the Game Boy Color days. No, I don't, you fucking dinosaur. Look, brother. Look. They were hard times, damn it. Playing consoles that weren't backlit. They were hard times. Respect your elders. Damn it. What the hell is Charlie Condon's potential? 56. All right, we definitely need to get Charlie Condon into that, like, full-time spot. PS2 with no memory card. I swear to God, a shiver just ran up my back. That was a PTSD response. Jesus Christ. Remember all the Game Boy screen? You already know what's about to happen. Whoops. Do I remember the Game Boy Color screen lights? Brother, I've never forgotten them. This is what we had to use to light up the fucking screen. You put it on the goddamn Game Boy, and it lit up the screen with fucking batteries so you could actually fucking see. If you had all of them, you assembled Voltron. That you did. Because they were also the ones that made the buttons bigger. Holy God. Whew, throwing a jacket over your head to fight the glare. Oh, dude, it was brutal. It was brutal, making the Game Boy double in weight, at least. Just a bunch of 7-year-olds walking around with jacked forearms because the Game Boy Color weighs so much now. God damn. God damn. Oh, God, being old is awesome. It's actually kind of nice once you hit your 30s, because then you can do the back in my days. No wonder I have shoulder pain. Lip mirror in the front, Game Shark in the back, carrying a literal brick. All I remember the Game Gear magnifier thing that was twice the size, and also my personal favorite, the Virtual Boy, for when you got sick of black and white and wanted red and black instead. Oh, dude, the Virtual Boy that would just burn out your retinas. Another great, great invention, if we are being honest. I had Jack Forms because of the Game Boy, no other reason. Oh, come on. You weren't jorking it at age 7. Calm down. You weren't straight up jorking it at age 7. Calm down. All right, Reggio's on 47 potential. Amador's on a 50. So if we can move you, that would be nice. You don't know that. I don't know that for sure, but by God, if you were, then that's awful. Maybe you were. Ryan Ritter's not bad, but yeah, if he's not going to play, we'll keep Amador. Don't tell 7-year-old me what to retroactively do. Look, man. Look. If it's 7 years old, you had awareness of what was going on, then that's on you, all right? That was the first thing I heard when I came into the stream. Perfect. Perfect. What else would you rather have heard, you know? All right, there's just nobody else at third base ready to go. Stop making your blind chat members with hairy palms feel bad. Don't touch yourself. You turn into a werewolf, kid. Like, what the fuck? What are we telling the children? What are we telling the children? God damn it. You'll be a blind werewolf. Like, that's fucking insane. All right, and then all outfielders. Jock's not getting any better. Johnson's not getting any better. Shrek just kind of is what he is. Speaking of jorking, I was caught looking at porn because I was looking up boobs on eBay. I was dead. I like that you felt any boobs on eBay. You take out your mom's credit card. 1 boobs, please. Where do you... Does it go in the fucking... Do you scan the card across the USB slot? Like... What about the floppy disk drive? God damn. God damn. What even is this stream? 95 in a row from Bunny. God damn. My mom wouldn't let me have a Hotmail account because it sounded dirty. She wasn't wrong. She wasn't wrong, though. You know? Hotmail, what are you? Some kind of freak? PSA 10 boobs. My boobs in 10 to 14 business days. There you go. Fun fact, there's a bunch of 8x10s of random women topless for $5 on eBay. Yeah. So, about this fun fact, how exactly was this discovered? You can believe we used to have to wait nearly 2 weeks for shit to ship. Yeah, I can, because depending on what you buy, you still have to wait. Although I do remember there was this time, I think I got it off of WWE Shop or eBay. Literally, it was like a Thursday, and I ordered. Legit, I know exactly what fucking WWE DVD I ordered too. There was an Undertaker DVD. This one, Tombstone. Ordered that as a kid. The very next day, it showed up. And I swear to God, I thought I was blessed by Christ. Like, what do you mean something showed up in less than 24 hours? Like, it was a Friday. We went out, and again, my memory works in weird ways. We went out to eat, to have Chinese food. We come home, and this is sitting on the stoop. It was the most blessed of Fridays. It wasn't even Good Friday, but it was a good Friday. You know? Very sad I missed out on the mostly UK craze of what's... Oh, my What is even happening in this chat tonight? I missed you guys. Yesterday was a bit of a rough day, I gotta be honest. So getting back to our regularly scheduled shenaniganery, much better. Much, much better. Kana, hello. Win any good rivalries today? And then you jorked it to the Undertaker highlights. Hell yeah, brother. Sarah Undertaker? Good Lord. Now, trust me. I'm not one to judge. I'm not one to judge appearances, okay? Look at me. I look like a goddamn foot. But, she had a look and an aesthetic that did not appeal to childhood me at all. And that is okay. But to somebody, including apparently Mark Calloway at the time, she was the one. She's talking about Hammer Hammers on eBay. She has a look Taker's current wife also possesses. You're right. You are right. Who's going to win the World Series? The Cincinnati Reds. Actually, you look like you sell oregano to high schoolers and tell them it's weed. That'd be sweet if I did. I should, honestly. I need the money. I need the money. Oh, goodness. She innovated the Newsmax. Look ahead of her time. Damn right I did, Connor. Crash and I won a couple games last night. Where'd you get that Chinese restaurant, by the way, for the culture? Showtime, this was in, 2005. I don't remember. That said, God. That said, my go-to... It depends on the place in terms of Chinese food. For example, there's a place close to my parents that does certain things better as opposed to my local one here that does some other things better. But I mean, I don't know. I'm a pretty basic bitch when it comes to Chinese food. I mean, you know, I can go for some, I can go for some, some good chicken, some good beef dishes. It depends. It depends on the vibe. I thought I was doing well. I gained 30 yesterday with a few. Damn. Connor, we had one round where we won 10 of them in one round. It was great. It was great. Good chicken lo mein. Let's be honest. There's not much you're going to get at a Chinese place where you're just most of it's good. Most of it's good. You're going to be fine. Unless you get the buffet, then you're playing fucking diarrhea roulette. If you were to get food from a Chinese buffet. But then again, that's most buffets. So, strategy should be set. Let's see. Player strategies, manager. Okay, good. We should be fine there. I have Outlast Trials. I'm on 13 in one match. I've seen solo. Damn. I don't even play solos. I'm too much of a bitch. Even busy when they forget you have to pay because it's busy. It's just big boy. Straight up admitting to buffet thievery. Fair enough. Just straight up admitting to buffet thievery. Oh, by the way, because now that we're finally ready to start simming, again, our rotation this year, Season 2, Jack Lebowski, Kyle Freeland, Danny Crawford, Akil Morris, and McCade Brown. Hell yeah. Our lineup is primarily Dylan Moore, Ezekiel Tovar, Hunter Goodman, Toshinobu Oda, RJ Shrek, Donkey, Brenton Doyle, Jock Peterson, Reese Hoskins, and J.P. Crawford. This team is going to suck. And that's pretty much by design, I would say. It's pretty much by design that we're going to be bad. Oh boy, a lot happened. Will Oda be trade bait? I want to see what he can do for us first. But he certainly could be. He has a tradable deal. I mean, he's listed as a 51. I haven't heard the song in forever. Nah, me either. Honestly, this was a Spotify recommendation. This wasn't even in my playlist. Power of Friendship as lineup. I think Toshinobu could be really good for us because of the power he has and the plate discipline. You know, playing at Coors Field, he could do really, really well for us. And if he doesn't, we just try to trade him. If we're bad. I do have JP on the trade block. My family's been going to this place since my parents were dating in the 70s. Targeting a solid 50 wins. We won 61 last year. You switched to 2080. I did. Enough people complained about it. Wellington Herrera gets better. Jason Foley's velocities have dropped. Starlin Thompson. Toshinobu Oda. Oh, good. His power potential's already dropped, and his power rating from a 65 to a 60. Awesome. The second we sign him, he gets worse. Awesome. Jock Peterson's high ratings dropped. RJ Schreck's improved, though. There's a lot of changes, goddamn. Fair enough. I was sad when the Chinese buffet like 20 minutes away closed because of the pandemic. Fair. Fair. I've been sad about a lot of places closing lately. Would you believe it, as prices of shit goes up, that a lot of restaurants are closing? You know? The guy we signed for Power? Oops-a-daisies. Sounds like the Rockies, right? Chris Bryant is eligible to come off of the defensive, or the injured list, I should say. Cole Carrig was apparently DFA'd. We'll demote him to Albuquerque. Can I send Chris Bryant to Albuquerque? Refuses to be demoted. All right, you'll get a rehab assignment for now. Chris, you go into rehab. Oh, Bryant's, he's on the block. Don't worry. I'll double put him on the block. He's on the block. I don't think he's going anywhere, but he's on the block. You mind ratings can change, but depending on how good your scouting staff are. That's true. We do have a top-notch scout, though. All right, RJ Schreck's going to be out for 5 weeks. That blows. Place on injured list. Well, it does make room for Chris Bryant, but that sucks. 5 weeks for Schreck, the Rule 5 pickup, who we were hoping to see a big season out of. Yeah, we're trying to trade away quite a few people right now if we can. We need prospects. We need prospects. The only block Chris is going to do. What happened last night? I did not stream because it was a rough day, so I didn't stream because some nights it's not easy to be like, hey, what's up, everybody? Like, I'm not Krusty the Clown here, you know? Dylan Moore is hurt. Fractured thumb, 3 weeks. Okay. Injured list for you. It ain't easy being green, that's for sure. The draft pool has been revealed, though, featuring Eddie Lecone. No one will make any jokes about Lecone. Meg, yeah, we're doing a bit better. Not perfect, but we're hanging in there. All right, apparently it's a good year for pitchers. Apparently. We are just doing GM, yeah. I like to have my managers actually kind of matter a bit. All right, this is okay, never mind. There are some batters there, too. Right. Well, let's request a scouting report on Mr. Crosby. Sonny Hess. John Jones. Man, what can't he do? J.R. Nelson and Ken Sunderman. And, yeah, what about the pitchers then? A lot of dudes on an 80. Jesus Christ. Can you still watch games if you wanted to as GM only? Yes. Yes, indeed. I can just do this to add all these guys at the same time, right, for scouting report? Yeah, request scouting report. Bam. Beauty. No, pass a drug test, not beat women. Fight Tom Aspinall. So yeah, Reigns, you can still do everything that you were going to do otherwise. But yeah, like I said, I like to have the GM pick matter. And also, like, I like to play these games to make progress, especially with, like, the Rockies, who you know are going to need so much work. It's a long-term rebuild as opposed to, yeah, a couple of moves. We're in the World Series 2 years in. You know, we know we're going to have to take our time. Assessment of Ken Sunderman. Apparently he's legit. I was wondering because I'm the same way. I really wasn't looking to do the manager stuff. Yeah, so literally just like right here, we have the option, right? Manager options. And in case you didn't know, it's this stuff on the right where, here, let me do this so I'm off screen, but setting lineups and depth charts, manager, like the assistant GM handles some of the other stuff, like player development. You can still be hands-on with player development because they have an override button. Yeah, like minor league, promotions, demotions, all that stuff. AGM, minor league managers, they can handle that stuff. We're focused on the big team. And then if you do care about individual player developments, you can go to your organization, you can go to minor leagues, you can look at your top prospects. Like for us is Trey Rangel. And we can go to him, we can go to his development page, and then this button right here, prevent AI from adjusting focus. We, if we disagreed with what he was working on, could specifically set it to whatever we wanted to have him work on. And that way the AI can't change it. But I honestly kind of agree with what they're working on. I'm a football manager. Players had similar type screen for choosing what has what responsibilities. There you go. Can we offer Bryant for Kelenic? Can you give me your best Darryl Waltrip? I can't, dude. There's no such thing as a good Darryl Waltrip impression. Give the show some credit. I'm doing a Yankees ritual for life. I can't get a team to take Stanton. Brains, thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, Mel's there. You got to give up a bit if you're going to get rid of somebody that's that bad, We got quite a few of those reports already. Hoskins had a 3 home run game, and it wasn't even at home. RJ Pettit suffered a setback from his Tommy John surgery. It'll now take him 15 months until he's ready to play again. 27-year-old reliever. Okay, so he's just totally cooked. He's even bad at simming. He hit 40 home runs in the first year. Let me go back to the draft pool here. He just got Kenny'd, right? We'll come back to this list later. What am I trying to do? I don't know what I'm trying to do. Read all messages primarily. All right. Let's keep it going. Yeah, like I said, I definitely like to have the manager choice actually matter and finding a manager that fits the team that we've been building. Rock Origio out for a month with a fractured rib. Jesus. Everyone's dying. Everybody's dead. Also, we got 10 emails. Marker zeroes in on pitcher Josh Smith. Oh, that's right. I have the things not popping up anymore. 33 overall, 80 potential, apparently. That's not bad. Paul Goldschmidt's going to retire at the end of the year. 18-year-old TJ Young. Scout assessment, Jose Ramirez, a random closer. Okay. Draft pool. I was going to say we still have that list. Anybody, let's see, that is still all batters, potential, average. Sonny Hess. Let's continue to get a report on him. And then pitcher-wise, Young, Smith, any of these guys that are listed on low. Let's just make sure we are looking at all of them still. Please and thank you. Feel bad for your pitcher having his abbreviated name to R. Kelly. Someone has to bring some positivity back to R. Kelly. Because the R. Kelly screwed it up for all R. Kellys. Did he not? R. Kelly's still in prison right now, isn't he? He's in prison, isn't he? He's got to be in prison. How long is R. Kelly in prison for? 31-year sentence. Jesus Christ. Whew. serving a 31-year combined sentence at FCI Butner Medium 1 in North Kakalaki. Damn. Let's see. Notable inmates include Larry Hall, who killed and raped people. Mel Reynolds, who was a congressman convicted of sexual assault and child pornography. Wonderful. Just great people here. Bernie Madoff. Of course, he's dead. John Hinckley Jr. is there too? Oh, he was released. He was there. He was released to a psychiatric hospital. God, there's good old R. Kelly. December 21st, 2045, scheduled release date for R. Kelly. Damn. They have, that's a pretty long list of like, hey, Ted Kaczynski was there. All the stars are here at FCC Butner. All the stars. All right, Chris Bryant heading back to the major leagues. Congratulations, Chris. Can't wait for you to fall off a cliff again. They're keeping R. Kelly in Arkham. All right, let's see. We have all the scouting going on. Anything aside from that? Not really. How did this rabbit hole start? We have a pitcher named R. Kelly. Pretty simple, really. Let's see. Anybody else? Let's get another scouting report on Sonny Hess. Ted K has done more for the victims of Jeff than the U.S. government has. Not wrong. Not wrong. All right, let's see. We'll go for anybody over a 70 in potential that we don't have good info on yet. So that is quite a few people. Literally sounds like a community college name. All right, there we go. Let's keep scouting some dudes out. We are 10-12. Well, actually 10-12. Goddamn, how's that possible? FCC Butner isn't even ranked in the Prison Basketball League or Baseball League and hasn't won a tourney game at 40. Well, they got R. Kelly now. They'll be good to go. Sterling Thompson, eligible to come off of IL. We'll do, can I just demote you to Albuquerque? Yes, I can. And we'll have the AI switch up the minors based off of what they need. Okay, we're just mainly continuing to scout players heading into the draft, where I believe we have the 5th overall pick. We didn't exactly do well in the lottery. Market wraps up Venezuela prospect search. We found a dude named Henry Sanchez. 38 potential. Not very good. RJ Shrek is going to be out for another 2 weeks. Man, our training staff sucks. Everybody suffers a setback every 5 seconds. This is nuts. All right, let's see. Player development updates. Market also found Alejandro Campos in the Dominican, 44 potential at second. So he's a dude. But player development, McCade Brown, his stuff ratings improved. His pitch speed's improved. Not bad. Charlie Condon's overall has gone up by 1. His potential's gone up by 1. Rock Riggio's I rating went up. His overall potential went up. Tovar's getting... Ooh, God. Tovar dropped from a 54 to a 50. His potential down by 1 to a 57. LMA Ramirez, Gabriel Hughes. I'm mainly looking for the big names. Ryan Ritter had his speed drop. His potential down to a 48. Pearson Oles, potential drop to a 75. Ethan Holiday. His potential's gone from a 54 to a 58. That's not bad. We had a lot of improvement. God damn. Or just a lot of changes, I should say. Not even necessarily improvement. Dane Dunning, who was on our short list. He went to Korea, where he's absolutely killing it. Good for Dane. Good for Dane. Scouting. Task list. I wanted draft watch list. All batters. Well, we could keep looking at the guys at the top of the board, or we could look elsewhere. Getting back to draft pool revealed. Draft pool page. Let's see. Who else do we want to look at here? Because if we look at pitchers, it looks pretty good. There's also a starter in Briggs that we don't know much about. Do we want to aim for higher than average? Honestly, I think that's fine. This dude's like down in like the 56 range. Jim Moore is at a 51. Like, do we want to look at guys that have that low scouting accuracy? Or do we really want to find out about the best of the best? I'm thinking best of the best. If we can get people above an average, we should do it. I would think. But if someone's already on high or very high, that should be fine. All right, yell in my ear, why don't you? All right, then what do we got for batters? It's not amazing. Best of the best since you had the 5th pick. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? We'll just judge everybody on that first pitch. I mean, we do have a damn good head scout, so we should be okay. All right, let's keep going. 161 games last year. We're 12-15, so we might be able to do the same this year, which would be really nice. Oh, another personal message. Rock Riggio, fractured rib. He'll still be out for another 6 to 7 weeks. Meme number. Talent search in Venezuela. David Navarrete, 32 potential. File settings. Give me the medium. Delays here. There we go. Yeah, 32 potential for Navarrete is not great. We were looking at more people. Okay, nothing too crazy. We continue. Dylan Moore going to be back. We will just activate from injured list since we have the space. That is quite the injured list, though. Gotta be honest. That is expansive. We got a lot of people on the shelf right now. A lot. Oh boy. Hold on, we got more. Scouting assessment on Dave Rosario, who is looking like a 68. Market wraps up scouting trip. Left fielder Steve Farmer, also a 68. Anything that's not our scouting assessments. In the Dominican, we found Dave Fuentes, who is not good. He is not good. Reliever Connor Eaton has been suspended for 8 games by the Office of the Commissioner. For what? What did he do? What did he do? Oh, he got in a fight with Tommy Edman. Tommy Edman gets suspended for 4 games. Eaton gets suspended for 8 of them. Whew. We lost 12-1 to the Dodgers. And, oh Apparently, Connor Eaton got into a fight with Tommy Edman. Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Trade Bryant. I think you under or overestimate how easy that is to do. Where the hell was that scouting page? Is it just League Home? Nope. Rookie draft. There we go. Draft combine. Draft log? Not draft log. Draft pool. There we go. Connor Eaton the pussy. R.I.P. Bobby Eaton. Oh, God. All right. Again, anybody else that's on average, we'll get them out of there. Sure, not out of there, but we'll add them to the list. I do like all the random events in Out of the Park. These games are pretty good about that. I say these games because I also include, like, Franchise Hockey Manager. I mean, FHM, the amount of people I've had get injured because they fell off a roof is kind of ridiculous. Hilarious, but ridiculous, you know? Oh, 3 days grace. What a time. What was this? In SmackDown vs. Raw outright or 06? I think it was outright. There we go. And again, the song was in everything. All right. Well, given that we haven't gotten any trade offers yet, waiting for the thumb injury from bowling. 07. There we go. Even better. Given not much has happened so far. Roster, overall, Goodman's still the best. Where the hell? Dylan Moore is hurt again. Jesus. Chris Bryant's a 42 overall right now. Jesus. Again, it's a 20 to 80 scale, but still, that means he is just not good. If I were to shop Chris Bryant, literally just give me anybody. 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 No. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I really don't want to retain to have him not play here either. It's just like I'd rather just keep him. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if anyone changes their mind, but yeah, I mean, we're not going to get anything for Chris Bryant. We just have to deal with that contract. That is what it is. Tank Commander Chris Bryant. Sad the football version of this never got finished, but I wouldn't have been a functional human. Yeah. Yeah. It is kind of weird that the NFL doesn't have a text-based sim anymore. Like, obviously we had head coach, but that was 20 years ago. All right, Shrek. We're going to bring you on a rehab assignment. Donkey. South Korea, we found, excuse me for the pronunciation, but Myung-Hwan Yu. Yeah, 46 potential as a starter. Okay. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. And then Venezuela. Kerubim Bobadilla. Bobadilla. Guangdong Tigers. Oh, God. Shaq every time. Every time it's just Shaq. Like, that's my sleep paralysis demon is Shaq just yelling ni hao at the top of his fucking lungs. Every time. Every time. God damn. Ni hao. Might not be perfect. There's a pretty good community for this. Nice. I saw someone recently, too, be like, hey, bring back NFL head coach, please. Football GM. Oh. It's actually free. That's cool. Might have to check that out. Let's see. We got a lot more scouting. We found Brian Fausto. 67 potential at third base. I hope that's true. And more information on prospects. Vince Kerr's a 68. Andrew McCutcheon's going to retire, and J.P. Crawford isn't happy as a backup. He should be. You should be damn happy that you have a job. Damn happy. Also, you've been on the trade block all season and nobody wants you, so shut up. All right, well, in terms of the draft pool, we're actually looking pretty good in terms of the info that we have. There are some damn good players in this draft. Damn good. Let's keep looking at those two at the top of the board. There's a Reddit community where there's both current and historic rosters. Good. It's the lifeblood of any game. Let's see. All right, let's look at those two. Honestly, do we have anybody in our system where we're just like, oh, we don't actually know how good they are? Minor league. Yeah, see, we do. It's like Malachi Washington. I need to know. Did I see PLD's suplex attempt? I did not. We need to know what's going on with our own dudes here. Please. I'd love to know if my own prospects are actually good. Thank you. I'd love to know if our own prospects are actually half decent. That would be lovely. Lovely. We're better than Arizona. I don't know how we've managed to do that. Talent in Mexico. Ernesto Sardeneta. 42 potential, apparently. All-star voting is live. I'm not too worried about that. All right, let's watch the Pierre-Luc Dubois suplex. I was hoping for more. I was hoping for more. It is funny, for sure. But yeah, Thomas did go down kind of hard there. I was hoping for more. Is this a heated rivalry? I was watching that heated rivalry on the television. Oh boy, one of the guys we just scouted turned out to not be very good. Man, we got quite a few dudes that we just don't know anything about. Scouting report. All 129 players, thank you. Pitchers, yep, just 19 could not be added. That's fine. Robert Thomas. Oh, great heavens. That was the one that did it. Draft is shortly. Tut, what's going on? Did you change from stars 0 to 100? 20 to 80, which is baseball's weird scale, but yeah. We did switch from stars to 2080 because baseball. Because baseball. I'll be honest, it doesn't look that bad either. Did I see the bench brawl in Sweden? I did see that. And it was delightful. Absolutely delightful. All right, we got the draft coming up here. We've just been looking at a lot of people here. We get a big player development update. Let's see. Names that I really care about. Jordan Beck. Potential I rating drops down to a 50. Potential drops to a 48. Damn. Ranier Hernandez. Bunch of changes, all negative. Starlin Thompson got worse. Brody Breck has his potential drop. Damn. God, can anybody actually get better instead of worse? Please? It's just everybody getting worse, and Ezekiel Tovar is going to be out for 3 days. Good to know. Good to know. All right, organization, minor leagues. We'll, Alright, we still got some low options here then. Let's make sure these guys get scouted. Everyone's getting worse on the Rockies. The Colorado Rockies? Worse? Where hope goes to die, the Colorado Rockies. Where hope goes to die. We at least want a general idea of how good our own players are. The draft is in less than a week, but we do have mostly everybody scouted at the top, so I'm feeling pretty good about what we'll be able to do here. I'm pretty good about it. Yeah, shout out to the Swedes. They, well, granted, not all members of the teams are Swedish, but they love the fight. Players promoted to International Complex, so you at a 46 potential, Maldonado's at a 60. So Oscar Maldonado, 17-year-old starter out of Venezuela, he's the best real option there. And it is draft day. With, again, us having the 5th overall pick. Outside of that, it is just nothing but scouting reports, all-star voting updates, all that fun stuff. But it is mostly the scouting reports on our own talent, which is what we so desperately needed. Just need to make sure that we actually know who is good and who is not. We still got a couple that we haven't learned about. Oh, Trey Rangel, our top prospect, is out with a strained hamstring. Melvin Gonzalez at a 63, Maldonado at a 60. Okay. Ethan Holiday is only at a 58. Kilby's at a 50 after we acquired him last year. Jordan Beck isn't that good. And there is that one outfielder we drafted last year, Malachi Washington. He dropped significantly. He is just a dude. That is it. He is just going to be a dude. Nothing more, nothing less. But hopefully we can get somebody good in the draft here. It's going to be a long build-up for these Rockies. Long build-up indeed. All right. Draft pool, combine. Do we have the combine first? I mean, honestly, our scouting is fine. Oh, I was wrong. The draft isn't for another 4 days. We have the combine first. My bad. Well, the good thing is we've been doing a hell of a lot of scouting. A hell of a lot of scouting. So we should be okay. Direct your scout to follow and reach out to certain players. Scouting accuracy in their relationship with their organization. Torres, what's going on, man? I'm doing all right. The 6'9" pitcher, indeed, Josh Smith. With 80 potential, apparently. There's actually a lot of pitchers that are pretty promising. Yeah, quite a few pitchers that are pretty promising. Batter-wise, there's a couple. I mean, we're obviously going to want to make sure that we get this right. With that top 5 pick. And then if we can somehow get 2 of these guys, at least in this draft, that would be pretty sweet. So yeah, try to build up the relationship with all these guys that are in that 80 potential range that we know of. That'll be our game plan there. And we can advance day. Players drawing the most attention. Ray Crosby's demand is going to be $12 million. Jesus. Whew. God damn. All right. Anybody else we want to add into consideration here? Let's get Sonny Hess into the mix. Ken Sunderman. Was Hess 14? Yeah, you're right. Hess is 14 mil. If we can make the relationship a bit better, we might be okay. Actually, in fairness, their accuracy is where I thought it was already. It's just, do we want to try to build up the relationship with a few more of these guys? Go back to pitchers. Whew, some of these demands are going to be nuts. Again, the good thing is, like, we have info on basically all these guys, at least up to, like, an average level. Conti, Marine. Let's just add a bunch of dudes back into that watch list for now. Dev League opening day. We got more reports on prospects. And more reports. We should be okay. All right. Back to the combine then. Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of dudes that are going to be very expensive, but if we could still get somebody half decent, we should be okay. Somebody half decent that's not going to be so stupidly expensive, you know? I feel like we should be okay here, though. I feel like we should be okay. All right, so all of our prospects should be properly updated as well. Warrior, happy birthday, you old bitch. Razor, that's a good question. I mean, it's probably going to be best player available, just depending on who's even there. 16 months of Dylan. On a tier 3, no less. Dylan, thank you very much for that. Thank you for just totally overshadowing Warrior on his birthday. Rightfully so. I don't know why I'm deciding to be mean to Warrior, but it's fun. I mean, he called me old, so it's fine. Everybody call Warrior an old individual. A very old individual. All right. Everything there should be fine. Warrior, in all sincerity, happy birthday. Thank you, you baseball-playing cop of gifted subs. Thank you. He's 57 today, everybody. He's 57. The youngest in charge. The youngest in charge. And Dylan, thank you as well. Again, for the tier 3. That is very generous, you weird 1 day older than me doppelganger. RJ Shrek suffers another setback from his torn hamstring. It'll be another 3 weeks before he's ready. Jesus Christ. Jesus. All right, we have more reports here. Palpatine, 26 months.
Highly unnecessary.
From the Palpatine dream.
He's been asked to leave the ball game for ruining a good piece of pizza.
Perez in Venezuela, he's not that good. The Palpatine dream. Oh, no, he's injured donkey. All right, let's see. So we've just been looking around the league a bit. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, Palpatine, we're doing all right. We're doing all right. I'm enjoying our little rebuild here. We got a long way to go, but I am enjoying it. Look at. Do I care about your developmental focus? Not really at the moment. Dave Fuentes. We need as much info on you as possible. See, we only got 2 guys over a 60. So you still have anybody anchor cut? Chris Bryant's the anchor contract. Chris Bryant's the big time boat anchor contract. It is bad. He's making 27 mil. Freeland's on 17. Yeah, the biggest boat anchor is Chris Bryant. It's bad. It is Real bad. Really, really, really bad. There are probably a few players we could drop to the minors if we wanted to. We've had a bunch of people on the trade block all year long, and it just hasn't happened. 5 favorite NASCAR drivers in no order. Dale Jr. Mark Martin. Dale Threenier. And the artist formerly known as Mouse Cop. Dale Sr. Jr. And Brayton Laster. Hell yeah. 5 favorite Warrior questions in no order. Oh, God. I don't know. He's asked so many random ones at this point. It's tough to keep track if we're being honest. No, you know what? Dick Trickle probably does deserve a shout. He probably does. I don't know. Matt Kenseth's probably up there. Probably. It's been a long time since I've been able to say, like, I have a favorite driver. Yeah. Pablo Aliendo. 41. First base is Condon and Hoskins, both the 47s. Who was the dude just grinded against the wall like a video game? Oh, Freeland's already on the block. Don't you worry. He's been there forever. It was Ross Chastain that rode the wall. Second base, Amador and Moore. God, yeah. The problem is most of the people we have to offer, other teams are just not interested in. It's a problem. It is a problem. Team needs. Let's be honest, we'll fill out a team need. What do we need? Younger players, please. Younger players. Minimum quality. Player type, don't care. Just younger players. And yeah, I mean, our trade block is, if you look at teams, a lot of Albuquerque, a lot of Colorado, you know. But yeah, team needs younger players, please. Honestly, we don't even necessarily care about quality, just, you know. I'll let you know if it's good enough later on, just for the love of God. We need some youth. Oh, we need some youth. Rock Reggio is finally ready to go. Can we just send him down to Albuquerque? Yes, we can. Hello, Mr. Espy, by the way. What happened in the White Sox run? MLB The Show is unfortunately a very unstable game. So I do plan on going back to it, but preferably when my game doesn't crash at least 2 times a night. You know? I hate to say it, that's where we were at. All right, good. Everybody is scouted down in the minors, so we actually know who's good and who isn't. How's Charlie Condon doing? Let's see. 106 plate appearances this year. He is on pace for a -2 WAR. Below the Mendoza line in terms of batting average. He has actually been atrocious so far this year. But he is Major League caliber, so we're just going to kind of push through and let him struggle. I mean, we could send him down, I suppose. But hopefully that'll be after other trades happen. 27 and 40, by the way. Brecht was not doing well at all, unfortunately. But yeah, so Palpatine, the White Sox run will hopefully be back. We'll hopefully get a proper finish to it. Monfort has announced our team focus is now rebuilding. Boy, you just figured that out? Aren't you a smart, rich person? You just now figured out we're rebuilding? RJ Shrek suffers another setback. He'll be out 3 more months. Jesus, man. Honestly, can we just send him back? Holy God, dude. He played 5 games. That's it. Can I just send him back? God damn, can I just release you back to the Blue Jays? Yeah, fuck it. Go back. See you later, RJ. Holy shit. Bye. Good Lord, man. Played 5 games. He's going to miss the whole season. We might as well just let go of him. That's fucking nuts. So yeah, for those that wanted that Rule 5 pick, I hate to tell you, that backfired immensely. Jordan Beck. Welcome to the Rockies, buddy. Did you hire those nurses that poison patients as your training staff? Apparently. We actually do have a good trainer, too, which is funny. Number 2, Matthew Gita. Number 2, Matthew Gita. I mean, he's not perfect, but he's not awful, so I just think Shrek didn't want to play. I just don't think he had the heart. I think he wanted out of Colorado. He wanted to go back to Toronto, which I don't blame him. Much better country. Are you using the Leafs medical staff? You know, no, who was the, God, what NFL team was it where they punctured the lung of what's-his-face on the sideline? I can't even remember who the hell it was. We're using that team's staff. We finally got a trade offer. Hooray. It was the Chargers. That's right. Thank you. And Tyrod. There you go. Houston wants to send us Luis Baez for right-hander Riley Kelly. How well do we have Baez scouted? Oh, we got a pretty accurate report on Baez. So, I mean, he is a 39 potential first baseman for a 42 potential reliever. So that's a no. That's a no. We'll stick with Riley Kelly. I mean, Baez is better now, but he's not going to get any better than what he is. I mean, we'll keep Kelly. Like, even though Kelly's nothing special, like, he's a little bit better than the other guy. Low dev risk. He's having a decent season in single A. He is a fly ball pitcher, though. That's a bit scary. Yeah, Baez just really has nothing special about him. Even as a defender. Yeah, we're gonna say no to that. That's a shuffling of the deck chair type of move, and we're looking for better than that. We're looking for better. Blitz the league ass minigame, puncturing someone's lung. Player development update. All right, let's see. Braxton Fulford. Overall potential ratings improved to a 46. Chase Dollander's potential's gone up by 1, as has his overall. Any other names that we really care about? Juan Yo. Potential drops from a 46 to a 40. Awesome. Awesome. The list of top prospects has come out, but also for our goals, upgraded position, I don't see an improvement from where we were last year in right field. Disappointing in progress, lack of attendance, find a top prospect. Luis Martinez is the best prospect we've had on our team in years. Dude, he's a 46 potential. Jesus. Okay. Top prospect in baseball right now, Leo DeVries. David Shields, Jesus Made, Mauricio Juarez, Rainiel Rodriguez, Colt Emerson, Eduardo Tate's also there. Did we do a night of Blitz the League on a random wheel spin? We did. We did a couple nights of it, actually, because I enjoy that game a lot. All right. Well, let's see if there's anything worth doing here. So, again, at catcher, the minimum player rating that we have is a 46. At first base, it's Condon, Hoskins, and Bryant, but there's really nothing we can do about Bryant at all. Like, he's just stuck here. Second base is Amador at a 46. So to get you to play red card soccer one day, you're not wrong. Shortstop, J.P. Crawford at a 46. I think he'd probably refuse to be sent down. And then outfielders, lowest that we have is a 46. I'm sensing a theme. And if we honestly just look at pitchers, the lowest overall that we have right now is a 39. Right. So if we look in the minor leagues, catcher, nobody better than the 46. Second base, Rock Riggio and Ryan Ritter. So maybe Amador down to Albuquerque. He is out of option years. Fuck. All right, second base is what it is. It's year 2. Shortstops. I mean, Riggio and Ritter can both play there, but that's not their primary. Outfielder, nobody better. And then pitchers, Chase Dollander, who has an oblique strain, but honestly... So the problem with Dollander was that he was a ground ball pitcher. Or, excuse me, he wasn't. He was an extreme fly ball pitcher, which is scary as hell. Scary as hell. Jack Seabair. Or Carson Palmquist. Palmquist was also an extreme fly ball pitcher who we do not want on this team. So Jack Seabair. We are going to do what with you? Is the 40-man full? It's not, but the main roster is full. Let's send Connor Eaton down, who hasn't done much. And we'll bump up Jack Seabair to Colorado. Would it be worth trading them for extreme ground ball pitch? That's what I'm trying to do. We just need to get a damn offer. I mean, I can try to be a bit more aggressive with getting some of these offers to go through, but I'm hoping as we get closer to the trade deadline, we'll see if a bit more action in that regard. All right, and then pitchers. Bryce Elder is only like 1 point better than who we have, so we should be okay from there. The draft is 10 days away. 10 days away from this draft. We're feeling pretty good about who we have scouted, too. Pretty good about it. 36 and 47. We are one of the worst teams in baseball, but not the worst. The Nats only have 31 wins right now. They have been garbo. And it is draft day. It is draft day. Let's see. There was a fight in the Cincy-Miami game. Chris Bryant, stiff back. He's not out for long. All right. First year player drafts. Have a bad player for you to avoid Chris Bryant. That's what we're trying. Nobody wants him. All right. So this is our second draft at the helm of the team. We fell from number 1 actually down to number 7 because the Twins and Giants have compensation picks. The good thing is it looks like it's a deep draft. So, enables, you have to negotiate a signing bonus with picked players. This team will receive a compensation pick. 5 rounds worth of good. Yeah, it's fine. Cool. Cross, what's going on? It has been a while. How you liking this game? If you like strategies or stuff more in depth. Very, very good, honestly. yeah, I mean, if you're a baseball nerd, like, what else do you really need? Franchise Hockey Managers, the hockey version of this. It's made by the same people. It's a little bit less in depth, smaller budget, but still good. And then you have Football Manager as well for the soccer/football. So, I mean, there's quite a few of these that exist, which is nice. But, all right, let's see. We will start this draft. So, Eddie Lecone, John Jones, Jason DeLuca, Rich Rivas, Robbie McBride, and J.R. Nelson are all gone. Damn. Yeah, the Twins with picks number 1 and 4, by the way. Shout out to Taco on the 11 months. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, so the question is, in terms of batters, there are 280 potential dudes. Ray Crosby. And yeah, TEW is the pro wrestling version of this, correct. His bonus demand, nicknamed Dummy. His bonus demand is slot, so that's not too bad. In high school, Jesus Christ. Guy was batting 500 in 160 plate appearances in high school. God damn. From Shafter, California. Crass, I hear you. 2026 has been fucking dreadful so far. Like, literally from day one, New Year's Day, I woke up with the flu. From day one. Also, this guy's 6'6", 205 in right field. So Ray Crosby's certainly interesting. And then there's Sonny Hess, who I believe, $14 million bonus demand. We can't afford this guy even if we wanted him. Even if we wanted him, which is a shame because his power could be insane. But, yeah, I mean, we can't afford this guy even if we wanted him. Homosassa Springs, Florida. Hell yeah. 40 walks, 8 strikeouts, great plate appearance. My wife won't let me watch anymore until I answer. How many times have I seen Dave Matthews Band? 0, actually. My oldest sister was a big fan of Dave Matthews Band in the 90s and early 2000s. And with respect to Mr. Matthews, who, of course, once dumped shit off of his tour bus, there are like 2 songs that I can tolerate from Dave Matthews. One is Ants Marching, because it was used as a wrestling theme song. And the other is just a really good meme song where he just goes, so much to say, so much to say, so much to say, over and over again. And it's fucking annoying. But I kind of like it because of how annoying it is. So there's that. On to a passing boat, no less. To answer the second part, why do you watch me so much? Handsome. Sensual voice. Huge penis. And knows how to use it. And you have nothing better to do. That's the best I got. That's the best I got. I don't know from there. I don't know. From the and humble. Yeah, don't forget humble. Don't forget so humble. So humble. Oh man, am I humble. With that said, cock camp tier 3. Can you imagine? Oh my god. Oh my god. Are we playing 2 truths and a lie? There was more than one lie in there, brother. All right. Anyway, Sonny Hess, we can't afford you. You're insane. But Ray Crosby, we would have a decent chance of being able to get. There's also Ken Sunderman. Here for the jersey wall, but your face gets in the way. Imagine if I just like green screened myself out of the shot and it was just the jersey wall. Or, I could just not have the camera could just be on the wall and I could be over here. There's a secret Discord stream that's just pointed right at the crotch. There's also Ken Sunderman. Extremely hard signability, but $2.8 million bonus demand. For the pride of New York, New York, who went to the University of Pennsylvania. We don't know for sure about the power. Everything else looks pretty appropriate, though. He's a 31 overall. He's not bad. That more difficult signability is kind of rough, though. Especially when Ray Crosby, as a corner outfielder, like, dude, the power and gap power, like, holy shit. Get a bodysuit, key it out, floating mic with the jersey. Imagine. I might actually do that. All right, and then there's a bunch of pitchers. A bunch, including starting pitcher Mark Briggs out of Odessa, Texas. Extremely hard to sign, $10 million bonus demand. It's a shame because he could be a crazy strikeout pitcher, but I just don't know if we can risk it. I've seen a streamer green screen a random back room for years before he told people it was fake. I heard about that guy who had a fridge in the background that was fake. I heard about that guy, at least. The high school Crosby's from is getting renamed due to recent events. Hold on. We'll come back to Big Cowboy. Ray Crosby from Chavez High School in Shafter. Oh, yep. Recent events. Right you are. Well, really quickly, what's up with Shafter, California? What's going on with old Shafter? I do wonder. In good old Kern County. Because we love looking up random places. Population 19,000. It's 18 miles northwest of Bakersfield. Schaefer? It's not. It's clearly Shafter. I'm not going to pronounce it Schaefer if that's how they fucking pronounce it. It is clearly Shafter. Okay? I don't know what to tell you. If they pronounce it Schaefer, they're fucking wrong. End of story. It's Shafter. Well, there you go. What do we got for famous residents? There's a rail facility. Heard your mom works there. Education. Shafter Learning Center. All right, notable people. Dean Flores. Larson Jensen. Jerry Quarry. You know, with respect to Shafter, I mean, there is an Olympic medalist. And Larson Schaefer. Jensen. Shafter? Okay. Well, Ray Crosby could be the number one out of Shafter. So he is definitely like top of the short list right now, is Ray Crosby. But then there's all these pitchers. The French play-by-play for the support women's hockey tournament name was... Wait, it's Coeur d'Alene. One of those dudes isn't even born in Shafter. He was just buried there. Hey, you claim who you can get when you're from a town called Shafter. All right, so Mark Briggs, the big cowboy at 6'4", 195, but again, $10 million bonus demand. Very difficult for us to sign him. He's probably not our guy. Then there's Scott Postacante. Extremely difficult for us to sign, but his bonus demand is only $1.6 million from Spackenkill, New York. Hell yeah. Dude, look at that curveball potential. Jesus Christ. All he has is a curveball and a sinker. The other guy was neutral. This guy's a ground ball pitcher. Holy shit. This guy's nuts if that's right. Oh my God. Now he's a bullpen. He's a closer. 26 innings pitched, 47 Ks to 4 walks in high school. Jesus. Oh my God. Now the stuff accuracy is low, so is the control. But if the curveball and sinker are that high, then you can imagine that's accurate. Oh, I already mentioned Spackenkill. If you meant like look it up, I was literally typing it in as you suggested that. God damn. Spackenkill, New York. A hamlet. Ooh. Population 4,200. Okay. It's located within the town of Poughkeepsie. Good old Poughkeepsie. All right. Notable person. The guy who finished 6th in the World Series of Poker in 2007. That's it. That's it. Our most notable person is a man who finished 6th in the World Series of Poker. Havad Khan, who also played competitive StarCraft. Hell yeah. God damn. His 7 cashes at the World Series of Poker account for $1 million worth of winnings. Good for him. Good for dude's living the dream. He's made enough money to live off of in poker. Fucking played StarCraft competitively. Apparently has played Marvel vs. Capcom 2 competitively. And Mortal Kombat. Hell yeah. What a Chad. So yeah, reliever Scott Conte. Extremely difficult to sign apparently, but god damn. He is definitely an interesting one. Also, competition level was average. For Briggs, it was also average, but again, extremely hard to sign. $10 million bonus demand. I just don't think we're going to be able to bring him in for that much money, you know? Next up, Mike Half Moon Cotton. Starting pitcher out of Nassau Docks, Virginia. Here's the problem. $13 million bonus demand. 13 mil. That is so expensive for us. I mean, guy looks like a beast. There's no denying that. Guy looks awesome. But I don't think we're going to be able to afford it right now. You know? But I mean, this guy has 95 innings pitched this year, 148 Ks to 8 walks. Jesus fuck. He's insane, man. But I just don't see how we're going to be able to afford him, you know? Like, our budget is $13.8 million in this draft. There's just no way we're going to be able to afford someone looking for that much money. So yeah, Mike Cotton is definitely out. Mark Briggs is definitely out. We just can't afford it. Next up, Juan Yop Marine. It's Yop. Don't you worry about it. $12 million bonus demand. So we're also not going to be able to get this guy. Looked up Nassau Docks. It's fucking tiny. Oh, God. Out of San Diego. Nassau Docks is the hometown of the dude who invented the zip file. Yeah, we're not going to be able to get this guy, unfortunately. It's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. After that is Devin Rosie Ormiston with a $5.5 million bonus demand. Okay, that's a bit more likely. Out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Stuff rating's high. We're not sure about the home runs allowed. The pitches have a lot of good potential, though. 119 Ks to 11 walks in 84 innings. Okay. He looks good. I don't know if he's the guy over Crosby, but Ormiston is definitely someone we could take in the first round or two. Anderson County, Kentucky mentioned. All right, hold on really quickly. Nassau Docks, Virginia. Population 533, 0.4 square miles. Let's see. Notable people. Arthur Big Boy Crudup, a bluesman. Hell yeah. D. Page Elmore, House of Delegates. Tom Henderson, the progenitor of the zip file format, the creator of the ARC file. Ralph Northam, Dutch linguist, and Connie Van Dyke. Okay. Todd Washington, Johnny Wittig, and Tyler Webb. All right, Tyler Webb, huh? Fair enough. And then really quickly, since we are here... Oh, missed the W. Lawrence. Oh my God, I can't type right now. Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. There we go. Fucking like I had to like duck my hands under my mic arm and like try to type like this, and it wasn't working. A home rule class city. What the fuck does that mean? Anyway, population 11,000. I gotta be honest, I don't know what the hell that means though. Named after a local landowner. Okay. Notable people, Sean Baker, who was injured during training at Guantanamo, without his military superiors being held accountable. I, for one, am shocked that military superiors were not held accountable. I can't believe it. Have the Rockies made their pick yet? No, the GM's looking up prospects. Injured at Guantanamo in 2003 and was discharged. Fair enough. Now, hold on. January 2003, Baker was ordered by an officer at Camp Delta to play the role of a prisoner in a training drill. Oh, no. No. Oh, yeah. Okay, come on now. They had the black guy play the role of prisoner. I can't believe it. The U.S. military? That's just so unbelievable that the U.S. military? As per instruction, Baker wore the standard Guantanamo captive uniform, an orange prison jumpsuit over his uniform, and crawled under a bunk so a, quote, internal reaction force consisting of 4, possibly 5 soldiers could practice extracting an uncooperative inmate from his cell. The soldiers in the riot squad thought he was a genuine detainee who had assaulted a sergeant. So you'll believe... Wow, huh? So that's interesting. So let's see what happened next. During an interview with the Kentucky news station, Baker stated he was beaten severely and that a soldier pressed his head down against the steel door to the point where he became unable to breathe. Although Baker shouted out the safe word he had been given to stop the exercise and stated he was a soldier, the soldier continued beating Baker's head against the floor and choking him. Only after he ripped his jumpsuit in the struggle, revealing that he was wearing a battle dress uniform and government-issued boots, did the beating stop. This was in 2003, by the way. Baker was transported to a military hospital for treatment of head injuries, then transferred to a Navy hospital in Virginia, where he was treated for 6 days and given a 2-week injury discharge. During that discharge, Baker began suffering major seizures indicative of a TBI, traumatic brain injury, and was sent to Walter Reed Medical Hospital, where he stayed for 48 days. And nothing happened after this. There was a lawsuit. Oh, good. Baker filed a lawsuit in May of 2005. Baker alleges the events of the incident violated his constitutional rights. He was asking for $15 million in damages. However, due to the 1950 Supreme Court decision Perez versus the U.S., Baker is unable to sue. I love my country. I love my country so much. Jesus fucking Christ. You know, whenever someone's like, hey, you know, Tug, you don't always give off the most patriotic vibes. When you grow up reading stories like this all the fucking time, your entire life, basically, you've been, you know, growing up reading stories like this. It's kind of hard to have that patriotism sometimes, you know? It's kind of hard. So anyway, shout out to Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, home of Sean Baker. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh, also, there was a serial killer from that town. Nelson Chittum, who made it to the majors. The first Black Women's Army Auxiliary Corps assigned to duty with an all-white platoon. Hell yeah, Anna Matt Clark, let's go. There was a submarine pioneer And Ted Turner, not that one. Not that one. So yeah, easily the most famous dude from this town, aside from Devin Ormiston in our game here, is the guy who was assaulted without any accountability after the fact by his own fellow members of the military. USA. USA. We might draft him. We'll see. Submarine pioneer has to be a bottom 5 thing to pioneer. Well, yeah, because the ocean's very deep. Next up is Stu Pedlar of Vaughan, Ontario. Now, it was poor competition level for him. Hard to sign for us, but only a 1.3 bonus demand. Stu Pedlar. Stupendous Stu Pedlar. 152 strikeouts to 20 walks. The lefty. Stuff accuracy is low, but the pitches look very good. Yeah, and he looks good. He looks good. I mean, the only real concern that would certainly stop me from taking him first overall, or, 7th overall here, is the fact that he played in Canada. Not to hold that against him, but we have seen people that have played against higher competition levels for pitchers that had better stats. But still, Stu Pedlar could be good, especially if we got that guy in like the 2nd round. That'd be sweet. Next up, closer Jose Jonah Ramirez out of Asheboro, North Kakalaki. Slot demand, extremely hard to sign, but we could probably afford it. Average competition level. Looks good. Has a fastball and a slider. He's a sack bunt wizard. 105 strikeouts to 6 walks. So there's 2 closers in Conte and Ramirez. If they fall to the 2nd round, we're feeling great about that. And then starter TJ Young. TJ Young, 1.6 million bonus demand from Brunswick, Ohio. I mean, his splitter and changeup look nasty. But he is definitely more of a reliever again. It says starting pitcher. Never mind. Pitcher rating was 35. I was looking at that. Stamina's 55. All text it is. It's basically that, but for baseball. So, TJ Young, not bad. Not bad at all. 138 Ks to 19 walks, but he's clearly not the guy to take right now. There's a couple other guys here that are close to that potential. Let's look at Mike Cittadino from Blue Springs, Missouri. Blue Springs ground ball pitcher. $9 million bonus demand. We're out on him. We're out on him. That's just not going to happen, unfortunately. He is going to be way too expensive for us. And then there's also Chris Clawley. Terrific Chris Clawley from St. Denis, Kentucky. Who, we could definitely take. This guy doesn't look that bad either. We won't take him now, but he looks pretty good. He looks pretty good. 55 stam. Really good at holding runners. Blue Springs, Missouri has a shitload of NFL talent. Let's find out. Blue Springs Mo. What do we got? Population 58,000. Definitely the biggest place we've seen so far. Let's see. Arts and culture, government education. Notable people. Jesus Christ. NFL. Holy fuck. Liddell Betts. Carlos Davis. God damn. Jan Sunvold went there because the University of Missouri. God damn. David Cook American Idol win. And Jacob Mizorowski, Brewers starter. Fucking David Cook. What a season of American Idol that was. What a time. Somebody who sang a bit of rock music actually won something. It was great. What a time. It's not even a town. It's a neighborhood of Louisville, St. Denis. That makes sense. All right, so yeah, Chris Clawley could be the guy. But I think our dude here, with this pick, needs to be Ray Crosby. The pride of Shafter, California. Again, this kid bat 500, 40 walks to 8 strikeouts, had 27 doubles in 116 at bats. Dummy. Old dummy Crosby. I think that's the guy. That is the guy, and then we hope to get at least some sort of pitcher afterwards. But ASU's Ray Crosby, 6'6", 205 at shortstop, I think is our guy. Really quickly, though, because the other pitcher was asked about. We look at default. Josh Smith was that tall pitcher. San Clemente, California, $11 million deal. He's also not a strikeout guy. He's a low contact pitcher. Well, high contact, but get you to hit it into the dirt type of pitcher. But yeah, $11 million request. So, all right, Ray Crosby, the corner outfielder. Oh shit! Wait a minute. Bonus demand slot. Wait, bonus demand says $12 million though. Can I offer him slot money? It said he would take slot money though. But it looks like the bonus demand is $12 million. Which means we can't afford him. Shit. See, it says here, bonus demand slot in the bottom left, the very bottom left. That's not good. Am I wrong that that's... Well, because normally bonus demand, doesn't it show, hey, slot, right? What's the slot value for that pick? It might be $12 million at this rate. Crashy, thank you for the 76 months.
Guy with the Patriots jacket, and of course he's been asked to leave the ball game for ruining a good piece of pizza.
Yeah, see right there, demand $12 million. So that other screen might not have been giving us the best of information. I don't know. We need to reassess. We need to reassess here. Because in terms of batters, the only guy we're taking right now then would be Sunderman at 2.8. Unless we want to be risky. We could offer slot for that guy and hope that he takes it, but that's scary. But yeah, bonus demand for Sunderman, 2.8. That lines up. Draft rules. Draft order. Draft central. Scout recommendation is Crosby. Okay, so the slot demand here is $7.2 million. For this pick, it's $7.2 million. Fuck. Maybe we do just risk it for Crosby then with the $7.2 million. Fuck. He's definitely worth it, or we could just go for Let me look at Sunderman again. Really quickly. 52 walks to 15 Ks. Dummy, we're going to risk it for you. We took Dummy. And we'll hope for the best. We'll hope for the best. Who's next? Of course, a lot of people are going to be off the board after that. Hess is gone. Clawley went 23rd. Smith is gone. Briggs. Sunderman. Ormiston just went. We nearly got that starter. So, looking at who's left. For batters, there's nobody above a 70. So it's definitely one of these pitchers. Including Scott Conte, who looked insane. It would have to be one of these four. All of whom, from the looks of it, we can afford. So again, there was TJ Young as a starter. 138 Ks to 19 walks. Crazy splitter and changeup. Average to above average fastball. It's not bad. Then there was Jonah Ramirez. 105 Ks to 6 walks in 60 innings. The stuff and the control, though, being low is a bit risky, but that fastball and slider look insane. Potential heat of up to 99 miles an hour. Then there was Stu Pedlar. Stupendous Stu, who, low accuracy on the stuff. And not to mention the poor competition level playing in Canada. But then there was Scott Conte. Stuff and control is also a bit low, but Jesus Christ, that curveball. And he's a ground ball pitcher. 47 Ks to 4 walks. You know, the fact he had 47 Ks, it was just 26 innings, though. It was just 26 innings. Good old spack and kill New York. Who's he running drills before? I mean, I think regardless, we're probably fine. It does show Conte as the highest rated player of the bunch here. I think we go for Scott Conte. I mean, the argument could be take one of the starters while they're there, but someone like Pedlar might fall further down. You know? He might fall further down. If Ormiston was there, Cleveland just took him the pick before, I think that would have been the guy. But I think we take one of these closers and hope one of the starters falls. So recommended slots, 2.3 million. His bonus demand is 1.6. We're just going to pay him that little bit of extra money on the slot price just to try to get him. Because we still have 6 million left. We can afford to go a little bit over here. Especially if it's extremely difficult to sign for us. We'll give him a little bit more. All right. Let's see. Who else is gone here? Any of the big names that we cared about? I think we're in a good spot. Ramirez went to Pittsburgh. We're good. Pedlar is still there. So is Young. Yeah, right there on the draft pool. Well, I think it's got to be Pedlar then. Again, batters, there's now nobody over a 70, so it's definitely a pitcher. It's either Pedlar or Young. Signability hard, signability extremely hard. Again, Pedlar. Poor competition level for the Canadian. He's going to play at Western Carolina. Only thing that's really concerning is the stuff. That's the same thing for TJ Young, though. 65 stamina for Pedlar. Feel the other guy will be there next round. Other guy is in Young or Pedlar. I'm leaning towards the Canadian here. Either one. Hopefully. We're going to take Stu Pedlar. Old stupendous Stu. We will meet his bonus demand just to give him that little bit extra to hope that he signs. But welcome in Stu Pedlar and welcome in Carlos for the 10 months on the primer. TJ Young is gone, but that is okay. Crosby, Conte, and Pedlar, I'm happy with that. Very happy. We got $3 million left. Honestly, financially, like we might have been able to play it a little bit more risky, but not really by much. So for pitchers, Bill Monk, or we go for a batter, Ron Whitaker. Let's look at Monk first. Closer, Bill Monk. Out of Harrisonburg, Virginia. Going to St. Leo University. 73 strikeouts to 5 walks in 39 and 2/3 innings. I mean, guy looks sick. I don't really see anything concerning. I don't really see anything concerning. Really quickly, though, just for the batter, this guy, Ron Whitaker, out of Prattville, Alabama. He's going to Notre Dame. Unlike some others, your scouts are high on everything. So we don't quite know for sure about this guy's power, and if he doesn't have that power, he's just kind of average. He's a decent defensive catcher, too. But yeah, he just looks like a dude. That's not a bad thing, but that power would really be the X factor, and we just don't know. Whereas with Monk, we do have a pretty damn good idea of what we're getting. It is going to be yet another reliever. How's he, a 19-year-old high school senior? Alabama, brother. Alabama. Let's go for Bill Monk. We'll give him that slot price. All right, 5th round. Last one with the slot value. So, starter is down to a 63 potential. What about batters? Whitaker's still there at catcher. Cool. And then there's a couple second basemen. There's Bill De La Cruz out of Greenfield, Wisconsin. And looks good. Even if the power is not great, he looks good. Great infield arm. He's not the best defender, but he does have a cannon of an arm. Probably a future third baseman. And then there's Don Rousel, who we really don't know much about. Second baseman, looks like he'll be an average defender, but a lot of that is risky. Another Canadian, by the way. The pride of Medicine Hat, Alberta. If that gap power is true for De La Cruz, though, he could be nuts. Or it's the catcher, Ron Whitaker. All three of them have, like, that one thing about them, right? Like, De La Cruz has the gap power. Rousel is apparently good at avoiding strikeouts, but it's less trustworthy. I think, yeah, we got to go with De La Cruz. It's probably the most trustworthy. And he was at a 65 potential for pitchers. Robbie Vaughn would be the only guy to consider out of Margate City, New Jersey. Who also looks decent. Is never going to have above average control. 149 strikeouts to 23 walks in 100 innings. Yeah, Vaughn does want $2.2 million. You're right. We can't afford that at this point. Fair. Bill De La Cruz, welcome in. We'll meet your bonus demand. And there we go. So that is our top 5 sorted. Let's see who else we can get, but I like this so far. Whitaker is still there. If we just go all players, we'll just go highest potential now. So yeah, we are going to still go for that catcher in Ron Whitaker. After that, it's either Eric Nolf, Eric Killian, or Jose Castillo. So Castillo's out of Pittsburgh. Potentially a good strikeout guy. We kind of don't know for sure. Potentially good. Home runs allowed. It's capping at a 35. No, not at Coors. No, thank you. Eric Killian out of Schererville, Indiana. That's rough. And the contact could be great, but we just don't know enough. Plate discipline's never going to be that high. He is looking like a good defensive catcher at least, so certainly him above the other. And then right fielder Eric Nolf, Westwood Lakes, Florida. Yeah, he could have the power. His plate discipline's never going to be amazing, though. His plate discipline's never going to be amazing. We will go for Eric Killian. We will go for Eric Killian here. Shout out to REM, but not today. We're going to go for Killian. Good defensive catcher, maybe some good contact. We'll hope for the best with him. We will hope for the best. After that, Eric Nolf is still there. So is Castillo. Might as well go for Nolf and just hope he has good power. Might as well. After that, Castillo, again, he would only be drafted to be traded. So then what about Garrett McGill as a reliever? He's a fly ball pitcher? Shit. Could be a crazy strike. Man, his control, holy shit. 25 control tops. So he's literally Ricky Vaughn. He's literally the wild thing. He's got a cannon of an arm, potentially. You don't know where the hell that ball's going to end up, though. That's a bit scary. God damn. It'll be pure cinema. We got to take him. Well, if it's not him, it's one of these three. Larry Bianco. Canton, Ohio. Has a good knuckle curve, potentially. Home runs allowed. Maybe a little bit low, though. But hey, knuckle curve. There's Harry Gloria from Ashland, Massachusetts. Again, control, home runs allowed. Oh, God. You just gotta hope he's a good strikeout pitcher. Jesus. And then Mason Kushner from Weed, California. The third baseman who could be decent. Could be. Gap power and plate discipline's not great. Kushner from Weed, California. Elite. Shit. Who does the scout recommend? Castillo, Kushner, yeah. I mean, maybe we do just take Castillo because of that potential and hope that we can trade him. Like, he is unusable for us at Coors. Unusable. He'll set the record for most home runs allowed. Oh, God. Christ, at this point, do we just start taking people off of overall who are close to major league level already? We're getting close to it. You know what? I'm in agreement with Razor here. Let's take Mr. Knuckle Curve. He's going to App State. Man, you know what? Castillo's still there. It's got to be him this round. And we'll just hope that we can trade him. After that, McGill is still there. Gloria's still there. Kushner's still there. Matt Plowman out of Canada's also still there. We might as well just keep going for best potential, really. Let's take Garrett McGill. Even if they are a bit flawed, right? We might be able to trade them. We'll take Kushner. Nate Cowan. Liberty University. Gross. Gross. Give me Connor Gatwood instead. You know what? Yeah, fuck it. Let's see. 46 is the highest potential then. Yeah, fuck it. Connor Gatwood. Out of Auburn. Go for him. How many more picks do we have if we're not taking Cowan? Still 46 is the highest potential right now. Could be James Hayes. It could be Jared Duffin, Mark Medeiros, Kevin Mahoney. I mean, at this point, right? Just freaking take anybody. Who cares? Yeah, screw it. We'll take Kyle Kipp. Boston College's Kyle Kipp. We are going streaking 3 in a row for Rendo. 3 in a row. Unbelievable. Will someone take Nate Cowan so I don't have to? God damn. Give me James Hayes. Stetson University. Well, still no one's taking Cowan, huh? Give me Kevin Mahoney. Florida Atlantic. And let's be honest, at these potentials, it's like you're just basically taking a shot. So at this point, just let it auto draft. I'm tempted. Son of balls. I'm looking for fun names, really, more than anything. Joseph Jaso. Yeah, honestly, we have kind of hit the point where I'm going to let it auto draft. My man's majoring in howdy, ma'am. Auto draft, complete draft. There we go. All right. Well, if we end up with Nate, so be it. I do think we did pretty well, though, in that draft, getting Ray Crosby 7th, as long as we're able to sign him. As long as we're able to sign him. Otherwise, that could be a bad day. Jersey collection back there is elite. Christian, thank you for that. I mean, hey, you got to have the Darlene, especially. That goat heads. If I could only keep 5 jerseys, I'm probably keeping. That's one of the 5. All right, negotiating with draftees. We got pending offers. So Ron Whitaker. You have a set draft budget of $11.3 million, so you have room for $1.2 million left. Indicated it'll be hard to convince him to sign to your team. You have to at least meet the demand. And the demand is $650. Ooh, Bianco was expensive too. We're not going to have the money to sign all these guys. So you know what? We will go to Whitaker, getting that demand price. Nulf. What jerseys do you have that I still regret buying? Damn, I'm not going to be able to offer these guys anything until the other deals go through. What jerseys do I have that I've regretted buying? At this point, if I had a jersey that I regret the purchase of, I've already sold it. So shout out to my Gretzky. Had a Kane and Taves jersey I got rid of after Kyle Beach came forward. You know, just logical conclusions. Jones. I love the Mac Jones jersey. I don't even care. I love the Mac Jones jersey. My buddy of mine has a Cam Newton Patriots jersey, so. I only ask because I have a Flames Kachuk I've been trying to get rid of for 6+ months. Trying to get rid of. Like, mentally trying to get rid of or actually trying to get rid of? Because I can't imagine you'd have that difficult of a time actually getting rid of that jersey. You know? I love my Josh Gordon Bats jersey. Obscure jerseys are fun. Obscure jerseys are a lot of fun. All right, we're still waiting to see what's going to happen there. You better sign, you bastards. You better. And we have until September, so. Let's just go to when the All-Star teams are announced. We'll see if anything pops up. Best Jersey Allen, Brandon Wheat Kings, Jordan Tutu. There you go. All right, here we go. So Bill Monk has signed. Scott Conte has signed. Hell yeah. Ray Crosby wants more money. Fuck. Ron Whitaker is signed, though. And Blake Trinan's been dealt in a deal involving Angel Carmona. All right, Crosby becomes the most important player. His bonus demand is $12 million. Recommended slot bonus is 7. Minimum bonus to get compensation is 3. So we have $8 million. Can I set it to his demand? I cannot. Yeah, this was the risk with Crosby, is him dicking us over. We have a choice. I don't even think we have the money to get him, guys. I don't think we do. I think we wasted it. I think we wasted it. It was a bit too risky. I had a hunch. Lesson learned. Lesson learned. Don't listen to chat. You think I would have learned that a long time ago. I mean, unless we wait for Pedlar or De La Cruz's deals to come due, can't trade him until he's actually signed. Fuck. Yeah, we're just not going to be able to afford this. Because the pending offers go up to $2 million. Which means we can do a maximum of $10 million to sign this guy. So we're going to have to wait to see what offers might come through for the other prospects before we're able to do anything. But yeah, that's the risk. That is the risk. Brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. At least, you know, Conte and Monk are legit, though. Okay. Yep. Damn it. I knew better. I should have put my foot down. All-Stars this year. We don't even have one? We don't even have one. Awesome. Well, at least through the fan voting. All right, we got to keep waiting. Pedlar has signed. So we do have Pedlar in the system now. And he is immediately tied in potential with Scott Conte. But we're missing one big name here, aren't we? We're still waiting to see what's going to happen with Bill De La Cruz. So for Crosby, the most I can do right now, I'm going to submit an offer of $8 million. We'll see if he takes it. Curious about your farm rating. I don't know for sure where to find it, if I'm being honest with you. Shit. Yeah, I knew that pick was risky. It probably would have meant us taking like a closer in the first round, but... Let's see. Cal Raleigh won the home run derby, and we found Domingo Ramos in the Dominican, 47 potential. Okay. I do like to make sure that we have everybody scouted. MLB drop-down reports. Reports and info. Minor league system rankings. There you go. I mean, we're 10th right now. We're 10th right now, and obviously that's not including whoever we just drafted. So we're doing okay. Cardinals are still number 1. So it's not too bad. And we'll see what happens here, too, because we're obviously going to try to trade certain players away at the deadline. Bill De La Cruz has signed. Shit. So if Crosby rejects, we try to sign the other 2, and then we get enough from Crosby that we get compensation if he leaves, but it does mean we probably wasted the 7th overall pick. We went for the home run shot instead of the guarantee with 7th overall. That probably wasn't the smartest. Yeah, Crosby won't take $8 million. Chat, I think we got greedy. I'm going to say we, because I went along with it. My gut said no, but yeah. Unsigned players will return to the draft next year, and your team will get a replacement pick if he was drafted in the first 3 rounds and they have been offered a contract, at least 40% of the slot value of the pick, which they have been. He really is a dummy. Yeah, the most we can offer is 8,113,794. I mean, we can see if we can change the budget allocation. I don't think you can change it mid-season, though, right? Player development. Yeah, you can't change those during this time of the season. At least not from there, you can't. Front office, can we change it from here? Ticket price. Payroll. Define team needs. We're fine there. Counting. As far as I know, there's no way to change it at this point. I think it just is what it is. Can change it in the offseason, but not now. So, we got one more offer on him. $8,113,794. You cannot offer more and be in deficit now. See, this is why I shouldn't have trusted chat. Because it's like, oh, just offer more than what you have. Schizoid respectfully. It's like, I wish we can't. We might get 2 top 5 picks like the Twins next year. That's true. That's true. But yeah, how I wish we could just offer what we don't have. That would be sweet. That was the previous one, right? Yeah. Fuck. Ray Crosby's going to walk, man. He's going to walk. I did not come to the Rockies to be a role player. Brother, you're already on the block. I'm sorry the manager won't play you. Be better. Be better. We still just wait to hear back from Crosby here. Football Manager lets you go over. Oh, fair enough. Okay, I didn't know that. Ask ownership for more money. It lets you take it from other areas. So you can do that at a certain point, but I think at this point of the season we can't. Yeah, as far as I know. Yeah, because Crosby declined again. I don't see how we're possibly going to get this guy. I just don't see it. Unless there is a way that I'm just not aware of. Unless there is a way for us to get more money right now. We'll draft him next year, honestly. Honestly. Let's see. OOTP 26 instead of 27. Request more money. Can I do that? Can I ask my owner for more money? You cannot directly. Instead, you must manage finances to convince your owner to give you more money. Increase revenue, raise ticket price, boost fan interest, owner personality. Yeah, I don't think there's anything we can do. I don't think there is. Like I said, lesson learned primarily for chat, but again, I went along with you guys, so it is what it is. You got to be real careful when it says high-risk player. So yeah, I mean, front office, All we can change here is the ticket price, which I have set to be our AGM, which is dynamic, just based on how we're doing. Owner, Mr. Monfort. Fiscal personality is controlling, so he's not going to be likely to give me more money anyway. All we can do is discuss the upgrade position there. Accounting, there's nothing we can change. Salaries, just of course, Bryant makes too much. Yeah, there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. We played it riskily, and we're going to pay for it, and he's going to walk. He is going to walk. So we might as well just sign the other two guys. Patience of this player is running very low. This is probably your last shot at signing him. I mean, he's not going to sign anyway, so up the draft budget next year. You don't say. Hey, streamer, have you thought about having a higher draft budget? Huh. I can't say I thought of that. Huh. All right, anyway. I'll stop being sassy. Mr. Nulf. Yeah, have you tried winning? Let's just set that to your demand and submit the offer. Let's also go for Bianco. And Crosby's just, he's not going to be here. There's nothing we can do. Chris Bryant. I'm a part of the starting lineup, and I expect to be treated as such. I don't play second fiddle. Fuck you. Stay healthy, you jabroni. Who the hell do you think you are? You're out of your damn mind. All right. Dominican, we found Tony Rodriguez, 32 potential. Atrocious. Eric Nulf has signed. Larry Bianco has signed. And the Cardinals traded Manuel Rodriguez for Jacob Odell. Well, then there was one. We have $6.484 million left. Unless some miracle happens, we're just not going to be able to bring in Crosby. It is what it is. It is what it is. The deadline to sign him is the 9th of September, so we can kind of give it time. Trade deadline's coming up. We're at 51 and 52, by the way. We are losing a couple of players out of the Arizona League. I don't know if any of those guys were that good. Twins looking to get a deal done. Okay, we do have a couple trade offers here. The Cubs would send Nathan Taylor, Yervis Alfaro, and David Bracco for Josh Spores, Spencer Barnett, and $300,000 in cash. So Spores is a 43 overall reliever out of 80 again. Spencer Barnett is a 37 potential third baseman, so he's really nothing. Taylor, 47 potential as a starter. Alfaro, 39 potential reliever. Bracco, a 36 potential reliever. I mean, getting a 22-year-old starter who's higher potential than the 33-year-old Josh Spores, not that bad. $300,000 in cash, I don't know how I feel about that. Let's look at Taylor. He's a fly ball pitcher, too. Nah. Nope, not worth it. Sorry, Chicago. Kick rocks. And then Detroit would send Nick Dumisnil, Denandres Colon, and Brunell Anderson for Brock Burke and Juan Castillo. No, Flo, not that I've seen. So Brock Burke, 30-year-old reliever, 45 overall. Not bad. You know, solid player. Castillo, 38 potential catcher. We could easily part with him. So Dumisnil, 48 potential left fielder. Hello. Colon is a 37 potential third baseman. And Anderson's a 32 potential reliever. So 30-year-old Brock Burke, who is a solid pitcher, a solid reliever. to get an upgrade at left field. Nick Dumesnil. I mean, who looks solid. Like, he's not amazing at anything at the plate. His discipline leaves a bit to be desired. He's been tearing up Double-A, though. The thing about him, though, is his fielding ability, which looks pretty damn good. Doesn't have the best arm, but he's got good range. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't we do this, right? We get younger. I mean, Burke is a fine pitcher, but he's a pending free agent. He's making $2 million. Like, that's the type of guy we can sign pretty much at any time. He is doing pretty well this year. I mean, a 2.3 ERA, 51 Ks, 19 walks, projected for a 1.6 WAR at the end of the year. Okay. And the thing is, right, it's like, are we going to sign him long-term? Like, I don't think we can really do that. How much money is he looking for? Still another $2 million? He's a solid reliever. Can you trade draft picks? Not that I have seen. I don't think they've added in the ability to trade the compensation picks yet, unfortunately. Yeah, the compensation. Yeah, that whatever the hell that rule change was. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we can let this guy go and try to bring him back. But again, like a pitcher like that, we should be able to find pretty routinely in free agency. Like, he is just, he's a dude. Solid, but he is a dude. Then again, the outfielder we're getting is also a dude, but he's a good defensive dude. We are going to take that deal from Detroit. They get a reliever. We get a solid young outfielder. I'm good with that. Because I certainly don't expect that we're going to be anywhere near the playoffs by the end of this. We'll have the AI set up the minors there. That really sucks. We're not going to be able to sign that 7th overall pick, though. Again, it just makes you think for the future. Be less risky. And deadline-wise, we will hope that we get some final offers here. That would be nice. That would be very nice. Apparently, Philly has some interest in 30-year-old outfielder Troy Johnston, who is just a dude. 230 average this year, 288 on base. He's not very good defensively. He's not very good. He's not very good. He's a good base runner. That's about it. If they wanted to give up Nolan Beltran, I'd be perfectly fine with that. He's not the best, but I mean, if they'll take that deal, I'll take that deal. It gets rid of Johnston, who's only making $800,000, but he is just not. He's not good. I'd rather get rid of him, get a younger player. So if they'd take that, that'd be cool. The other deal would be us sending J.P. Crawford, apparently, to Atlanta. In theory, Luis Aristigueta, 38 potential reliever, and a 30 potential reliever. So that would just be the cap dump of J.P. Crawford, who is making $7 million, but he is very unhappy. He's also getting outplayed. And he's not even doing well with what he's been given. So honestly, if we can just cap dump J.P. Crawford, I'd be perfectly fine with that too. Perfectly fine with that. So I think we need to give it a bit of time. We also, of course, have the ability to shop here. Prospect list. Players on loan. Untouchable players, trade block. Yeah, it's not like I can trade the dude we just drafted either. Alright. Well, in terms of initiating a trade, does anybody want Chris Bryant, please? Does anybody want Chris Bryant? Could just be for a single player. No. What about a multiplayer package? Could be anybody. Could be anybody. Nobody wants Chris Bryant. We are stuck with that contract. What about Kyle Freeland, whose deal is up at the end of the year? What if we were to shop you around? Does anybody want Kyle Freeland? Nope. About a multiplayer package? Anybody want Kyle Freeland? Nobody wants Kyle Freeland. What about Jock Peterson, who was kind of brought in for this purpose? Does anybody want Jock Peterson? Oh, boy. Nobody wants Jock Peterson? Nobody wants Jock Peterson. Shiz. Does anybody want Rhys Hoskins? Please? Okay, well, there's a couple of offers for Rhys Hoskins, all from the Red Sox. Tanner Houck, Mark Canha, and then Andrew Monasterio, who would probably be the guy that we would want because he's getting paid the least. So if we wanted to flip Rhys Hoskins to make a bit of room at first base because we can't get rid of Bryant, it would make sense to move on from Hoskins, who does have just 16 home runs this year. I thought he'd have a lot more. We'll take that deal for Monasterio just because he's cheap. He's cheap. We need to free up some money. That is a done deal. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Apply to a trade proposal. What do we got? So again, Monasterio for Hoskins. Philly says, oh yeah, hey, give us your best pitching prospect, Brenton Doyle, Oda, and Hunter Goodman. If you add any of those players to this deal, you got a deal. You're out of your fucking minds. You are out of your fucking minds. So we're not going to worry about those at all. Back to player trade. So we can't get rid of Bryant. We can't get rid of Freeland. We're not trying to get rid of Oda. At least not yet. How has Oda done this year? 18 home runs so far this year? That's it? That's it, huh? On pace for 28. And 160 strikeouts. I think we might want to see what we can get for him at least. If there's a good return, he has not been a $17 million player yet. But really quickly, oh shit. Can we get rid of Dylan Moore? Can we get rid of Dylan Moore for anybody? He's on a 1-year deal. Red Sox are interested again. Again, we'd be interested in shedding some salary here. So ideally, I mean, Mark Canha's out there. Connor Joe. Rowan Wick. Paul Goldschmidt. We do know Paul Goldschmidt's retiring at the end of the year. It'd feel kind of rude to take him away now. Rowan Wick. 44 rated reliever. Arbitration eligible deal. Connor Joe's arbitration eligible. Mark Canha, what's your contract? Up at the end of the year. So, I mean, Canha is a 44 outfielder. Joe is a 42, or we could get a 44 reliever. I mean, we did trade a reliever. So getting Rowan Wick to sub in the bullpen's not the worst idea in the world. And at least then we got something for Dylan Moore, really. I mean, kind of, not really. I was hoping it'd be more of a prospect, but that's just not. That is just not being offered. So, I mean, we could just keep Dylan Moore, who is making $9 million. Fuck. You know what, just in case, let's move him out. Let's move him out just for the sheer financial implications. Let's move him out. We got a minute left in this window. J.P. Crawford. Can we get anything for J.P. Crawford? Jess Tanner Hawk. Is his deal up at the end of the year? Yes, it is. Crawford's not happy here. We bring in Tanner Hawk just on a short-term deal. That's another done deal with the Red Sox. Thank you very much. Enjoy J.P. Crawford, who was not very happy here. Tovar's not going anywhere. Goodman's not going anywhere. We tried to trade Jock Peterson, so next window we'll shop Oda and just see what the offers are. I mean, I'm not saying we're getting rid of the guy, but he hasn't quite been the power bat I was hoping for this year, given, cores. But all right, what do we got? We do have a trade proposal from the Dodgers. It was the one that was on screen there. It'd be Josh Spores and Sam Girth. So we know that Spores is a 43 overall reliever. Girth is a 40 potential starter. For Eddie Copper, 41 potential reliever. And Javi Herrera, a 37 potential outfielder. I don't really feel the need to do that. Spores' deal is up. He's cheap as shit right now, too. Yeah, that's no deal. That's the Dodgers just trying to rob us. No, thank you. So, pretty much the last thing to look to do would be to ship out Toshinobu Oda if the deal is right. We would specifically want prospects for the guy. Okay, and there are offers involving prospects. Best of the bunch being AJ Smith-Shawver. Yeah, he is easily the best of the bunch. Okay. Is AJ Smith-Shawver enough? Extreme fly ball pitcher. Not at Coors. Not at Coors. That's a bit too scary. What if we look specifically for a prospect package? What if we were to look for a prospect package? Diamondbacks would want Tovar and $1.7 million in cash. Dodgers would want Herrera. Jesus Christ, man. Herrera for Joe Mack. That's not going to happen. Herrera. Oh my God, dude. People are just looking to rob me. There we go. That's an interesting one at least. So Oda and Wellington Herrera for 67 potential center fielder Julio Molina. We don't have the best scouting info on from a stats perspective. Summary is average. Dev risk is medium. It's a random 17-year-old outfielder who was an international free agent signing from last year. It's not awful. Most other teams are just looking to be like, yeah, we'll take the deal if you accept being robbed. Outside of Texas, who would give up Dalton Pence, who is at least a ground ball pitcher. Not an elite one. He's okay. Braves would give up Diego Tornes. Nothing special, but good defensively. Yeah, nothing special, but good defensively. Oda and Fulford for a deal primarily revolving around Andrew Carroll. Excuse me. Carroll is okay. He's having a pretty good season in single A. So, I mean, for Oda, there's definitely, like the Red Sox are offering, like, hey, Hector Ramos. For Oda, there's definitely deals we could do to dump that salary if we wanted to. But do we want to dump the salary after just one season of the guy? Not even a full season. And he's on pace for 4.7 WAR, 28 home runs, 91 RBIs, 160 Ks, 879 OPS. But he is in, arguably, of course, the most hitter-friendly ballpark in the league. It's just that we know a $17 million deal for Colorado is rough. That is rough. I think we can give him one more chance just because the Freeland deal is up. That is a fair point. I am a little bit worried, though, long term. But I think he'll stay. I think he'll stay for now. But at least we moved out a couple other people. Oh, we received a trade proposal. Yeah, because that's not too late. Oh, it's the final window. Texas launched Josh Spores and Sam Girth for Owen Proch, 45 potential reliever, Danny Jimenez, a 30 potential reliever, and Bailey Matella. So it's a 43 rated reliever for a 45 potential reliever. Owen Proch. He's had a good season in AAA. He looks like the perfectly mid player. Right? Like, if we move on from Spores, we get this kid who is just, like, perfectly mid. He's not great at anything, but he probably won't be terrible at anything. At least not a fly ball pitcher. 45 stamps, so he could be a long reliever. And again, Josh Spores is 33. I mean, signing Josh Spores and then being able to flip him into a younger reliever is not a bad idea at all. I mean, again, because I do like Josh Spores a lot. But, yeah, the guy's 33. We will actually take that deal. We will get the younger reliever for the older reliever. Fair deal. And that is it for a very busy deadline day. Very busy indeed. Colorado third baseman, best NL rookie. All right, Oda was the rookie of the month there. Player development, Wellington Herrera improved. So it's a good thing we didn't just trade him to get rid of Oda. Condon's power improved from a 50 to a 55. His overall went up by 2. Thompson, Middleton, Nick Dunas-Meals, power went up, and his overall went up by 1 right after the trade. Any other crazy names? Larry Bianco, who we just drafted. Overall goes up by 1. Potential goes up by 1. Not bad. All right, cool. Not bad. So we do need to figure out what the roster's going to look like because we're down to 21 people. So overview, just have the AI do that. Well, we know that Tanner Hawk is heading to the majors. Rowan Wick will head to the majors, and Monasterio led to the majors as well. So that leaves us 2 spots. Catcher still good. First base is now Bryant and Condon. Whoops. Second base, Amador and Monasterio. Could use a backup third baseman for Oda. And a backup shortstop. Got 4 outfielders. Starters, we got 5, and then what do we have, like 7 relievers? Perfect. Okay. So yeah, a backup third baseman and a backup shortstop, whoever we happen to have. Thompson can apparently play third base. He's not the best at it, but that'll do. Sterling Thompson is up. And shortstop, Riggio or Ritter. 25 and 26 years old, respectively. Who's getting the call up between these two? Better defense for Ritter. Riggio's the better at the plate. Shortstop, 40 out of 45. 60, yeah, it's got to be Ritter. Just for the defense alone. Ryan Ritter, welcome back to the majors. Cool. Cool. I just wish we had the money to sign that pick, man. I really do, but we don't. But I do feel good about the draft that we had, even aside from him. I feel pretty good about the season that we've had. Again, like, if you look at potential, like, we actually have some dudes in the system now. Which is what we desperately needed, because we didn't have much. A lot of these guys were either acquired in a trade or drafted very recently. Billy McKinney won the Pioneer League Player of the Week. Good to know. Good to know. So what is our pitching staff looking like? It is Crawford, Lebowski, Freeland, McCade Brown, and Tanner Hawk. Foley is the closer, and then Morris, Wick, Herrera, Cox, Herrera, and Siebert, or Siebert. Lineup is Johnston, Beck, Goodman, Condon, Oda, Peterson, Doyle, Tovar, Monasterio. Ethan Holliday's only a 58. Yeah, it's a bit lower than I was expecting. It's a bit lower than I was expecting. All right, international amateurs. Our pool this year for international amateurs will be 6.25, or 2.5, actually. So the question is there anybody out there that's actually that good? There's Perez and Figueroa. I mean, we can just look at all these guys and try to get that higher scouting. And then international amateur free agents. Nobody's been posted. Okay. And then obviously outright free agents, which we'll be able to scout people later on and make sure that they're what we want them to be. All right. So 51 and 55 after selling. I'd expect this to be worse, but you never know. And Sterling Thompson's immediately out for 5 weeks. Gets his chance, gets hurt. You love to see it. Gets his chance and gets hurt. It could be Aliendo, could be Hernandez. We just call up someone who's not terrible defensively. Yeah, maybe we'll be fine. Maybe we'll be fine. Willie Alpazar? Not that good. Not that good. David Martinez, also not that good. Cool. Cool. Oh, that deadline's coming up. We're going to have to watch this guy slip away. I don't like it. I don't like it. At least we'll get compensation for him not signing for next year's draft, though. We are second in the NL West right now? What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? That is nuts. That is nuts. Oh, Spotify, give me something here, would you? Give me something. Sure. We found an Italian, Remy Michelozzi. Ah, 35. Damn it. 35 potential only. I would have liked Remy Michelozzi. Negotiate with draftees. Again, there's just nothing we can do for Crosby. The max offer is now 13 mil. Did we get rid of enough people that we can actually sign Ray Crosby? You have a budget room of 13.6 mil left for signing bonuses and contracts. We might have sold enough at the deadline that I wasn't sure if that affected that money or not. Please, God, let us be able to sign Ray Crosby. I will set it to your demand. Please. If we actually manage to still get that kid, we're going to be so set. Chris Bryant's out for 5 weeks. God damn it. Oh, Chris Bryant, you fucking suck. Retire already, man. Holy God. Retire. Retire. Crosby has signed. We landed Ray Crosby after all. Yes. I wasn't sure if the deadline moves would free up the money or not, but it did. Condon was hurt, but it wasn't for long enough that he needed to be on IL. Woo! Oh my God, we made it happen. We made it happen. You gotta be kidding. Bam! Ray Crosby immediately to single A Fresno. Please let him be as good as advertised. Oh my God. Please. The pride of Shafter. Our 7th overall pick. And we got him signed. Holy cow. Yeah, just how we planned it. I had no idea we could free up that money. I'm so glad we did. I am so glad that we did. Whew. And he is immediately, too, in our dev system as well. All right, well, in terms of how he's training up, don't bother trying to get better at running, because that's just not going to happen. Everything else, though, he can definitely get better at. Holy. He's literally an hour and a half from home playing with Fresno. There you go. I can't believe we just landed him after all. That's awesome. Reliever Scott Conti. We also want to focus on his development. Which case his stamina's never going to get better. Everything else certainly can. His control, his movement. And then obviously he just has a curveball and a sinker to work on. So Conti's looking good. What about starter Stu Pedlar? Can improve at everything except his stamina. So let's just bump that up. And we'll try to split the difference with those pitches there a little bit. So at least fresh out of the draft, 3 dudes apparently with an 80 potential. We'll see. They're highly scouted too, so they should be close. And then Bill Monk. His stamina's not going to get any better. And then, of course, the 2 pitches can also get a bit better. We'll also take a look at that catcher, Ron Whitaker, just to make sure he's not wasting his time. AI did have him set to not worry about his running at all. So that's not bad. The AI was pretty smart with him. I like it. Let's try to even it out a little bit, though. That works. Cool. And then Rangel. Oh, Surge. Quit yelling in my ear. Oh, goodness. It's tough to be like, don't yell in my ear when half of my fucking playlist is people yelling in my ear. But some nights you just don't want to deal with people yelling in your ear, you know? And that's why we have the Backstreet Boys in this playlist. So Trey Rangel, his stamina's not going to get any better. His control absolutely needs to be focused on. Big time. And then all of his pitches can still get better, too. Cool. We actually have a bit of a frickin' prospect pool now. Look at this. What about Bill De La Cruz? Just don't want Serge yelling in your ears specifically. I mean, if anyone's going to yell in my ear, Serge Tankian being the one to do it, I'm okay with. But, you know. There are much worse choices you can have for people yelling in your ear, you know? All right, I think we'll do just the 65s and up, and the AI can handle the rest. I'm so freaking happy we just got Ray Crosby. Oh, my God. Oh. And if we had been just short money-wise and I hadn't traded Oda, I would have cried. I would have cried. Things are looking up for the Colorado Rockies, if you can believe it. If you can believe it. Things are looking up for us. God damn. Whew. We got him to sign. We did. We traded out enough dudes at the deadline that it apparently, that was the only way to free up the budget. But it worked, so I'm not complaining. Whew. Oda stayed. Oda's still here. Bryant's still here. Freeland's still here. But a bunch of other dudes. Hoskins is gone. There were a couple others as well. As Foley gets a 17-game shutout streak. God damn. And we do get a couple of job offers for WBC teams, but again, we're going to hold off. We're 5 games out of a wild card spot. We've already won more games this year than we won last year. I did say we'd have a better team this year. Whether or not they'd perform better was the question. But we got rid of all the fly ball pitchers, right? Keep the ball down with the exception. Yeah, we got rid of all the fly ball pitchers. And we brought a bit more power into the lineup. I'm not surprised, motherfuckers. I'm not surprised. The owner of South Africa is a wild way to sign an email. Ah, yes. The Columbia owner. Who owns Columbia? I want to own Columbia. Oh, man. So if we look... Statistics. Oh, why am I doing it from this screen? I should just do it from our team screen. If we look at the roster, right? All of our batters, batting stats. So, I mean, Brenton Doyle, we know he's amazing defensively, but he's got a 780 OPS, a 309 on base. Oda, 23 home runs, 70 RBIs, and 887 OPS. Then Hunter Goodman, you know, struggling a bit at the plate compared to what he could do, but he's still really solid defensively. Jordan Beck. No flow, we did get him, yeah. So really the biggest disappointments have been Jock Peterson, who we couldn't trade at the deadline. Troy Johnston is just kind of a dude. But I mean, you know, we've done okay. But then the key has to be the pitchers. Which outside of Yunier Herrera, I mean, the others have been okay, at least. Especially Danny Crawford as a starter. It's honestly been pretty good. There's a couple of other players we could probably call up or send down here at the beginning of September. Just based off of performance if we really wanted to go for it. But us making the playoffs is also scary because that would be way too early. That would be way too early. Like, my God, that would be a bad thing. That would be a real bad thing. Can we send Troy Johnston down? Yes, we can. Monasterio needs to be here, though. So if we go minor leagues, we go outfielders. Instead of Troy Johnston, we could do Cole Carrig, Jared Thomas, Zach Veen, Robert Kalaz, Benny Montgomery. And always release Jock, but it looks like he's helping you lose. Honestly, that's kind of the other element, is maybe I want to keep him. We definitely can't send him down. But, all right, so if Johnston was struggling... Scouting, we're still on our director, which is good. Cole Carrig in AAA. Leaving a bit to be desired base running wise, but let's see. Projected for a 2.2 WAR. Thomas is at a 2.5. Veen hasn't been doing too hot in AA. He had played in AAA earlier this year. He wasn't doing too hot there either. And then Kalaz. Okay, so we did get Carrig back somehow, yeah. I think whoever claimed him on the Rule 5 shipped him back. Which is a hell of a sign. So, I mean, it's him or Thomas. We'll go with the older. Cole Carrig to Colorado. And then... pitching-wise... Again, Jack Siebert has been terrible. Herrera, Morris. We got some guys who have really been struggling. You know what? Jack Siebert can go down. Yanier Herrera can go down. Akil Morris can go down. Never mind. Can Jackson Cox go? Yes, he can. All right, well, I guess Morris will stay, unless I want to lose him for nothing, but I don't. He is 34, though. He's just kind of a dude. But do we have 3 pitchers who are worth the call-up? Dollander scares me because, again, a fly ball pitcher. Extreme fly ball pitcher. He's also been on the trade block, but no one's traded for him, which is a bit scary. That's a bit scary. Dollander's been amazing in AAA, though, so you know what? Screw it. Dollander's up. Palmquist has also been pretty good in AAA, so... send in the fly ball pitchers. Ben Shields on a 1.9. Jackson Cox, we just sent down. Bryce Elder is out for the season. Pearson all on a 0.5. Siebert we sent down. Isert hasn't done much. And, of course, Herrera was terrible. Can we call up Ben Shields? Yes, we can. Cool. Cool. So we got some changes before the September call-ups. And we'll see if anybody can fix things. But the fact that we are 4 games above 500 is horrifying. And 4 games out of the wild card. This is way too ahead of schedule, and we are going to end up with way too low of a draft pick compared to what we want. I'll say that. Oh, God. We won Pitcher of the Month with Foley. Holy shit. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Player development. Let's see. Herrera's overall went up from a 47 to a 50. Holy shit. Thank God we didn't trade him. Palmquist goes up by 1. Charlie Condon goes from a 45 to a 52. And 52 potential to a 58. Holy shit. Okay, Charlie. What the hell just happened there? Not that I'm complaining, but like, my God. Connor Gatwood, who we picked up earlier in the year, he just dropped pretty badly. No other crazy names that we were looking for. Get that man a piss test. Can relate to the early with the Sharks. Yeah, they were in quite the decline. So you should be okay. Welcome to Rocktober. Maybe. We got 4 roster spots here, but only so many 40-man spots. So Rocktober is real because Rock Riggio is coming up. Troy Johnston will honestly come back. We'll just go off a highest rated. Jack Siebert or Seabear will be back. And we will go with first baseman Blaine Krim. And then we'll just reorganize the minor leagues there. Will this team fuck around and make the playoffs? You can see the purple there. Start of the year, we really fall off in that divisional graph. And then beginning of July, we just started skyrocketing up the standings, while the Padres in the middle of June fell off of a cliff. Absolutely fell off of a cliff. This team might actually screw around and make the playoffs. We are 4 games out of the wild card. We're definitely not going to catch the Dodgers, though. We got a 20-game save streak as well. We might win reliever of the year at this rate. This is nuts. This is freaking nuts. Padres moment. That's what they do. That's what they do. Foley with a 22-game save streak. Lose a couple of people off of Spokane, but nobody super familiar. So I'm not that upset about it. Yeah, we're fine with that. Just some random dudes. And the regular season is going to be coming to a close soon. We're now 6.5 back of the wild card, just a game over 500. Sterling Thompson can come off of the injured list. We are going to demote him to Albuquerque. He kind of blew his chance. I mean, he got hurt. It's not really his fault, but how is this team? Amazing what happens when you tell every fly ball tendency pitcher that you're not allowed to pitch at Coors Field. Amazing what happens. What a stroke of genius from me. It's like the Rockies never thought of that before. Talent profile, South Korea, Oh-Yun Kim. Yeah, 42 potential shortstop. That's not that bad. Middle of September, 4.5 back of the wild card. Should have traded all the fly ball pitches to your divisional rivals, right? Chris Bryant. Rehab assignment to the minors. Get off of my team. Go away. I don't want you for the September push. Go away. And there's some crazy, crazy close situations here for these wild cards. 75 and 75 on the year. 75 and 75. It's going to go right down to the wire. Oh, Cole Carrig, fractured finger. He'll be out for 5 weeks, so his season is done. We might as well call Chris Bryant back up, and we'll see if he gets hurt again. Apparently, Charlie Condon had a 3-home run game on the road. I think we're going to fall just short. Yeah, the Diamondbacks and Giants have caught us in the division. Tanner Hawk going to be out for 5 weeks. His season's done. Bryant can't keep getting away with this. He somehow will. Don't you worry about it. He somehow will. Somehow, Chris Bryant gets injured again. Somehow. At what point can he implement contract insurance? I think it would have happened by now if we could. I think it would have happened by now if possible, because oh my god. Let's see. What do we got? 78 and 78. So we're already up 17 wins year on year. That is crazy. We haven't been eliminated yet. It's close, though. It's close. Yard goats, we lose J.G. Hill. Kyle Freeland out for 1 to 2 weeks with shoulder tendonitis. Jock Peterson's not happy about not playing. He can kick rocks. Player development, Tanner Hook's velocity dropped. Hunter Goodman's power rating dropped, but his overall is up to a 57. Jordan Beck's overall up by 1, but potential power dropped to a 45. We got some other names we're not too attached to yet. Archer Horn. Potential up to a 62, overall up to a 32. That's not bad. At least your owner should be happy. I mean, the goal of don't suck completely, like, we've definitely accomplished that, I'll say. And indeed, he's, I'll show you in the bottom right there is the owner goals. So. Yeah, outside of not improving at right field. Apparently, we have the second best minor league system in baseball. We started at 26th. So we've done okay. We've done okay. But will we make the playoffs? It's not looking like it. Wild card, we are 2 games back. 2 games back with 2 games to play. Look at how close that NL wild card race is. Oh my god. Braves, Brewers, Giants, D-backs, Rockies all in it with 2 days left. We play San Fran today and we win 7-6, but we have been mathematically eliminated from postseason contention, but we were in it right down to the wire. 9th missed postseason in a row. We've missed the playoffs 30 times in our 35-year history. But man, we went from 61 wins to at least 82, up to 83. We improved by 22 wins this past season. Honestly, that's not good. We got way too good, way too quickly. I need to start bringing in the fly ball pitchers. Because, my God, that's a hell of a turnaround. I mean, the good thing is we've drafted well so far. Right? Like, we've drafted pretty well so far, so at least we have usable players if they can develop. That's going to be the big thing, is developing our talent from here. That's the big, big thing for us, especially if our scouts are right about all of that. But crazy year. Crazy, crazy year. Once the owner decided you were rebuilding, the team got good. In terms of the batters, our best this year was Brenton Doyle on a 4.9 WAR, 25 home runs, 90 RBIs, a 796 OPS. Then Toshinobu Oba finished with 32 home runs, 91 RBIs, and an 889 OPS. Hunter Goodman, 751, but still 2.2 WAR, so good defensively. Jordan Beck was good once he got the call up. Charlie Condon, very solid at the plate, left a bit to be desired defensively. Tovar left a bit to be desired offensively. Blaine Krim, loved that call-up attempt, man. 6 at-bats, he was crushing it. Obviously, Jock Peterson's kind of cooked, but he'll be gone anyway. And then pitcher-wise, Great season for Danny Crawford. McCade Brown was pretty good too. Wellington Herrera was great as a reliever. God damn. Lebowski was okay. Foley was pretty damn good. Like, our worst pitchers by the end of it were Freeland. It was okay. But especially like Jack Siebert was pretty bad. Carson Palmquist. So the good thing is, moving forward, I think we have like, oh yeah, these are our guys we're building up. And these are like, oh yeah, these guys can go. They're just, get out. You're mid. Be gone. So I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with that season. I don't see why we wouldn't be. Obviously, we're going to have some contracts. Dollander did all right. I still think he's a good trade piece. I don't know, man. An extreme fly ball pitcher long term, though, at Coors, right? That's concerning. But that is fair that he was pretty decent. So it's Jays, Rangers, Yankees, Orioles, Dodgers, Braves, Phillies, and Cubs in the wild card series. And now it's Mariners, Rangers, Orioles, Tigers, Reds, Braves, Phillies, and Mets. Right. Right. AFL opening day. We're not too worried about that. We can just keep going. International Free Agent Showcase is what I'm excited for next. Thank you. What about the winter meetings? Extreme fly ball is tragic. Well, especially here, right? A bunch of players were just promoted from the international complex. 45 potential for shortstop Domingo Ramos. We have an Australian, Sebastian Caporn. Anybody else decent? Alex Cabrera, 73 potential for the 17-year-old out of Venezuela. Damn. Definitely going to need to scout some of these prospects now that they're out of the complex. And the international free agents have been revealed. Okay, so first things first. Organization, minor league, scouting accuracy. We want all players, not just pitchers. Okay. So these dudes here that are on average, let's at least get all of them scouted up a little bit better. And then back to the email, international free agents, the scouting screen, or we can just go international free agents. We'll go back, go to the scouting screen. All right, so batters. There's a couple who look pretty good. Aguirre, Rodriguez, Velasquez, Oliveros, Flores. All right, so let's get Aguirre in there. Rodriguez. Is there a way to multi-click here? No. Velasquez. Oliveros. And Flores. We can also invite these guys to training here. So we'll do that too. Am I allowed to do that this early? Yes, I am. Oliveros, Velasquez, Rodriguez, and Aguirre. There we go. And then pitchers. It's just Raul Perez, Luis Torres, Mike Vasquez. That leaves us two other spots. We'll go back to batters. I don't even know who we want to look at. Let's just go all players at that point. We'll look at Ramon Zarate, the Zarate kid. And we got a couple of 66s. Let's go for the catcher. And we will just keep scouting some dudes out there. All right. All right. Yeah, honestly, not a bad season. Reputation's up to okay. Again, just scouting some people out. That's fine. Did we get that minor league info on everybody except Morales? I think we were still waiting for these to come back. Yeah, but might as well add them again. That's fine. Let's go next week. So it is Mariners, Tigers, Mets, and Reds, the final four. Not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Oh my God, Spotify, please. All right. The KBO has announced their posted players. Just Younghoon Park. $36 overall, 37 potential that we know of. So, certainly no one that we're going for. Shout out to Satch for getting himself bopped. I didn't even see for what. But yeah, we don't need to bring him in. We don't need to bring him in. So back to organization, back to minor leagues. Okay, we got everybody at least decently scouted. So yeah, Ethan Holiday's still at a 32 and 58 split. Like, he's good, but he's not insane. All right. And international amateurs. Let's see. I mean, we're just going to want to keep looking at all those guys. 118 of them. Might as well just keep looking. We got a super scout for a reason. Mariners Mets World Series in 2027. The Mariners have actually made it. Which one of these two fumblers will actually fumble the World Series? That is the question. 120 emails. Fuck's sakes. Of course, it's all going to be scouting related, too. I don't think any of them weren't scouting related. If they were, then I missed it. Yeah, I think we're okay. The bot thought I was excited because you're playing out of the park, a true gentleman. Satch, what's going on? And indeed, again, we kind of got into this late in 26. I'm enjoying this game quite a bit. Would I be playing it right now if it wasn't for MLB The Show's inconsistencies? You know, who's to say? But we are playing it, and I enjoy it very much. All right, that's looking okay. International. Hulk, we almost made the playoffs. We went 83 and 79. We almost made the playoffs. Can you believe it? All right, so for the batters, honestly, let's just look at everybody again, if we can. The readability of Out of the Park is much better for a franchise mode as well. I can see what you mean at the very least. I think some people could debate it, but let's see. 26 more emails. Just still trying to see if any of these dudes are half decent, right? Next week. Will Seattle get it done? Yes, they will. Mariners fans, you're only another year away. 2027 will be the time. So close. And we went from getting an 87 to a 587 between seasons. Jesus. How's that for a 500-point improvement to a season score? Jesus. That's just slightly better than what we did last year. Our new budget for next year, $206 million available for total expenses. That's a team payroll of $150 million. A review of our goals. You didn't make the playoffs. You should be very happy about our record. Attendance, we did okay. We did find a top prospect. We built up the farm. I mean, we did okay. So new goals for next year, 500 ball, improve starting pitcher ERA, improve attendance, have a total balance of 29 mil, improve chemistry, fan interest, improve your amateur fines, all the fun stuff. Spokane, we lose Scott Kelly and Jake Madden. Top prospect list at the end of the year, Eddie Lecone, who was the first overall pick to Minnesota, is now the #1 prospect in baseball. John Jones was in that last draft, too. The offseason's begun. The arbitration period's begun. Breaking news, secondary roster size now 42 players. So it's no longer a 40-man, it's a 42-man. Okay, I'm not upset about that at all. That makes my job easier. And then dev series, or the dev facilities have also been opened. Cool. Cool. So if we go to player development, I'm pretty sure we had this to be automatic, the dev lab. Yeah, we did. Dummy Crosby working on his bat speed. Okay, not bad. But yeah, it's now a 42-man roster, huh? I'll take that. Budgets. 42 man's a lot more annoying to say. You're not wrong. Honestly, I mean, I'm kind of cool with what the budgets were set to and just kind of working to within what the AGM thinks. I'm okay with that. Personnel-wise, we don't have anybody new that we have to bring in, which is good. Oh, wow, surprise, the Australians temperamental. That's right, Australia. That's right. Temperamental Aussies. Suck it, Frank. Yeah, we end the year again with some damn good potential players if they stay that way. That is not bad at all. At all. At all. All right. I don't think we have much more to worry about then, aside from the arbitration period beginning. So arbitration this year, we got a bunch of dudes on minor league deals that we got to worry about and all that fun stuff. So Rowan Wick wants $2.2 million. I'm not going to say he's not worth that, but I'm also okay with letting him go to free agency because I feel like we can find a bunch of people very, very similar to him without having to immediately dedicate that money to someone like him. But he was good last year in the, 60-some-odd innings that he got. Yeah, I think we can let Rowan go. We're going to withdraw. Closer Jason Foley was phenomenal this year. Compared to what we expected, at least. I mean, 36 saves for him. I'd say the pride of Manhasset, New York, but we all know that's Chris Jericho. Again, for Foley, I mean, a 32-year-old reliever. Wants $3.2 million. That's really not that bad. I mean, he was a bit of an off-speed wizard. He's not a strikeout guy at all. Just 43 Ks on the year. Only gave up 3 home runs. I mean, Foley might win reliever of the year. Honestly. Rowan Wick, you said he was about to turn 35. Yeah, you're right. He's going to turn 35 in 4 days. Probably best to just let him hit the market. $2 million's not that bad, though. 3.2 for Foley. Hunter Goodman's looking for 12.3. Jesus. Let me look at Rowan Wick again. I don't hate the idea of bringing him back, right? But it's like we don't need to. You know? But I mean, yeah, he is about to turn 35. Like, I feel like I can find this type of pitcher just about anywhere, you know? And for about the same price. It's just not money we need to commit right now. But then Jason Foley, heavy movement pitcher. Funny thing is, like, his slider is not even that good. It's just average. I don't know. I feel kind of weird if we're bringing back Foley to then not bring back Rowan Wick. Could be the difference between us missing out on the seasons of Oda. That's fair. And that's kind of what I'm thinking about, right? Is like, okay, like Foley's deserved it, but at the same time, is it totally necessary? I mean, both these guys have been good. Then there's Hunter Goodman, 12.3 mil for 2.2 WAR. 251 average, 304 on base. Am I wrong for saying I don't really like the idea of nearly doubling Hunter Goodman's salary? You know? 146 strikeouts. I mean, we could bring him back just to try to move him. He is a 57, though. Like, he is apparently one of the league's best. I just don't think he played like it. But I don't think we want to let him go for nothing. What about Monasterio? 43 overall. Just bang average, right? Yeah, just bang average. Just a dude. Maybe a bit more than a dude, but mostly just a dude. He wanted 1.9. Okay. I'm gonna come back to the top of the list. We know Kyle Freeland's gonna go. Jock Peterson's gonna go too. Right, these two are gone. At that age, there's no way we're risking a qualifying offer. Freeland and Jock are gone. I mean, Freeland this year went 8-8. 34 home runs allowed, which is a career high. 144 Ks to 44 walks. Yeah, ERA plus of an 83. Yeah, Freeland's out. He's got good pitch control, and that's about it. Freeland's gone. And Jock Peterson, of course, was our worst player by WAR for position players. Tanner Houck. Old Tanner Hawk. How much money did you want? $5 million. I don't think you're a $5 million a year pitcher. I like that he's an extreme ground ball pitcher that doesn't allow home runs. But aside from that, he's not a heavy strikeout guy. Like, he's fine. Right? Like, he's fine. I don't know if we need to pay $5 million for a 46 overall pitcher. You know? I don't know if we do. I'm just so tempted to let go of so many of these guys, too. Minor league free agents, Brian Betancourt is a 42, who's not going to get any better. Let's see. Ground ball plus the high home run is a good combo, but he was ass. That's fair. That is fair. Sorry, distracted. My music taste tonight has been very, very specific. Very specific. All right, let's see. Jose Davila, 47 potential. He's a 37. I'll offer him a minor league extension. Kyle McCann at 29 is a 42, so he probably won't be happy. Being in the minors, we'll have to check on him. Benny Montgomery, same thing. Pearson All is what he is. Ramirez, minor league extension for you. Rumfield, major league or bust, pretty much. Same for Veen. Waddell, Robleski, Albright, Aliendo, Jose Caguana, Eden Curry, and Luis Peralta. Okay. Most of these guys can probably go then. So yeah, Betancourt and Aliendo at catcher. Pretty much know we can let go of those two. In terms of what we have going on at catcher, obviously we have Fulford, who's unhappy because he hasn't been starting. Yeah, he wants to be in the starting lineup. So the other guys would also be unhappy being backups, I would presume. And Hunter Goodman, at the very least, isn't going anywhere immediately, even if he's not quite going to be worth 12 mil. So those other dudes at catcher are definitely just out. Like, they are what they are, and they're not bad, but if they're just going to be unhappy being in the minors or be unhappy being a backup catcher. I mean, Betancourt's expectation is playing in the majors. So maybe having him as the backup catcher could be nice. What about Aliendo? Aliendo's is also playing in the majors. Define playing. Define playing. How's being on a major league roster? Playing is different. I imagine starting lineup would mean playing. So if we were to get rid of that backup catcher, we could bring one of these dudes. And Betancourt's a 42. First roster, and then mad for not playing, right? Aliendo's a 41 with a 42 potential, and Caguana is definitely going to go. We'll just release that dude. Peralta can go. He's nothing. Aiden Curry, 40 potential. We can bring Aiden Curry back. Aliendo, we'll double check. Albright, he can go. He's nothing. Robleski's just kind of a dude. He's just a dude. Not going to get any better. We can find a million players like Robleski, so he's going to go. Brandon Waddell, same thing. Just a dude. Wasn't particularly great in the PCL. Zach Veen, we'll have to double check. Is there anybody else here? Pearson Ole, just kind of a dude. Benny Montgomery, just kind of a dude. All right, so Betancourt, 2.4 WAR in the PCL last year. Aliendo was a 1-2. Whoops, wanted to look at Aliendo. Pablo. Yeah, he really is just kind of a dude, isn't he? He's good defensively, though. Offensively, not great. Defensively, pretty good. Betancourt is better at the plate and not as good defensively. I mean, if it's backup catcher, I would rather have a guy who's a bit more solid defensively. I could see Betancourt being a bit more mad that he is not playing. So honestly, because I don't know if we're going to be able... Fulford's on a renewable deal. Could obviously try to move him. Can I shop him right now? Can I move Braxton Fulford for a different prospect? I can. Question is for what or for whomst? Couple 45 potentials. That's about it. That's about it for the single player. So it is either Leo Balcazar or Yan Diaz. It's like a Diaz. 45 potential for him. Good defensive outfielder. No expectations right now. Average at the plate. Good speed, though. Good defensive outfielder. I don't hate that. And what about Balcazar? At second, third, and short. Also good defensively. Does want to be playing in the majors. So do we need a backup second baseman? We'll determine if we pull the trigger on this trade. So, I mean, our second base option this year was Amador. We still have Riggio. We have Ritter. Okay. We're going to trade Braxton Fulford to Tampa for Yan Diaz. I am good with that particular trade. And that way Fulford can get his wish. He's unhappy. You can go. That's a done deal. And then within arbitration, I am actually going to let go of Betancourt, who I don't think I can trade right now because he's not under contract, right? Or can I trade him? Because I didn't drop anybody who was worthless. Yeah, nobody wants Betancourt. It was worth a shot. I'm actually going to drop Betancourt. I want the more defensively responsible dude. So, Betancourt can go. And Pablo Aliendo, we will hit you with that minor league extension for the moment, but he's probably coming back. And John Diaz needs that minor league extension too. Zach Veen and Benny Montgomery in the outfield. Do we have room for these two? Not really. I mean, we know Jock Peterson's out, right? We can just go ahead and say goodbye to Jock Peterson. Goodbye. Troy Johnston was terrible. And then there's Jordan Beck and Brenton Doyle. Can I shop Troy Johnston for anything? I don't know if I'll be able to, but we might as well try. No. So Johnston's not worth much. Again, he was awful. Pretty much know that we're not going to keep him. So he can go. So that leaves Beck and Doyle, but then elsewhere, yeah, it's Thomas, Veen, Kalaz, and Montgomery. Thomas wants to be in the majors. Veen has no expectation, nor does Kalaz or Montgomery. So they say. So they say. So if we were to keep Beck, if we were to keep Doyle, Veen and Montgomery theoretically could stay. Veen has no expectation of where he wants to play right now. So we do have room for him. And then again, Benny also had no expectation. So we can keep him around too. And we'll try to keep the outfielders. Kyle Freeland, we know he's leaving. Goodbye. Goodbye, Kyle Freeland. Goodbye. Tanner Hawk, let's be honest, you're not a $5 million pitcher. Goodbye. Goodbye. So that leaves Rumfield and McCann at first base. And then one pitcher. Let's see. Rumfield and McCann at first base. First base is Charlie Condon, Chris Bryant, Blaine Krim. There's really nothing we can do about Bryant. He gets hurt all the time. But who do we have in the minors that plays first? Rumfield, Thomas, Thompson, McCann, and Aliendo, who's more of a catcher. McCann wants to be in the majors. So does Thompson, Thomas, and Rumfield. Damn. Damn. What about Krim? Krim's all right with being a bench player. If we were to try to shop Chris Bryant one more time, because Jesus Christ, any deal involving a single player, just any deal, nothing. What about a multiplayer package? Nothing. What about a prospect package? Nothing. All right, so Chris Bryant's untradeable, as you'd probably suspect. If we were to let Chris Bryant go, that $27 million contract would still last. Not only it would last through next year, basically. So he's untouchable. He's here, no matter what. And of course, he wants to be in the starting lineup. Charlie Condon, though, he's the guy. So anybody who's, in theory, like a backup first baseman, we might as well cash out on right now because they're not going to be happy. They're just not going to be happy. So Blaine Krim, for example, there's really no reason as to why we wouldn't shop him and try to find another younger first baseman. You know, could you DFA Bryant and send him to the mine? He refuses to go. He refuses to go. No offers for Blaine Krim. Fuck. What if it was a prospect package? It is Bryant's last year once January hits, you're correct. Krim and Herrera, Krim and Herrera, Krim and Herrera. Obviously, we really don't want to give up Herrera because he's looking like a pretty damn good reliever. Just to get something for Krim in terms of a player who has a potential that's probably going to be worse than Herrera's. Yeah. All right, so yeah, for Blaine Krim, you are just not going to be happy here at 30 years old. I'm just going to do you a favor and move on from you. I'd rather just move on from him. That way we don't have unhappy people kind of bogging things down here. So we don't have to decide everything today, but Rumfield, yeah, we won't be able to shop him right now. So we need to go to arbitration. And the last guy to look at is reliever Pearson Ole. No expectations. Extreme fly ball pitcher. Goodbye. Goodbye. See you later, buddy. So that's Diaz, Curry, Aliendo, Curry. Oh, shit. Curry was also an extreme fly ball pitcher. I don't think I'm going to have time to shop him either. So, yeah, Aiden Curry, you're just going to be dropped. Goodbye. So, Diaz is an outfielder, Aliendo, Veen, and then we got the two first basemen to sort out. And then back at the top, arbitration. Doyle, Beck will stay. Goodman will stay. Monasterio can probably go. Like, again, he's just a dude. I feel like if we find out we need just a dude, we can find somebody. And honestly, I kind of feel that way about Wick. I mean, I certainly like the idea of keeping Rowanwick more. I just don't know about Jason Foley. He was good. But is that money that we're going to want? You know? Or is that $3.2 million not really a killer? We don't have to decide this second, but I'm really torn about Foley. All right, we need to advance a day on this, but international amateurs, you can find like 10 Foleys in the open market. See, that's what I'm thinking, right? But he did play well for us. There's no denying that. That is a good flip side point, though, as well. It is a cheap player. All right, Cole Carrig needs to be activated from the injured list. All right, so back to arbitration. The first baseman, McCann and Rumfield. Shop them to see if we can get anything, because otherwise we just don't have space and we'll let them go. Actually, here, we can just go back. Yeah, TJ Rumfield. Can we get... Am I out of shop still? I guess it didn't advance. There we go. All right. Try this again. Rumfield. There we go. Can we get anything for TJ Rumfield? No. Okay. Rumfield, good luck. And Kyle McCann, can we get anything for you? No. All right, Kyle McCann, good luck. So Diaz, Aliendo, Veen, Ramirez, Montgomery, and Davila. Davila's a neutral. Ramirez also a neutral. Good. Oh, the big names. Brenton Doyle has to stay. Jordan Beck has to stay. Monasterio can go. Goodman has to stay and could be traded after. We're gonna keep Foley. Yeah, SB, I agree. Like in any trade would be nice. We're gonna keep Foley. We're gonna let go of Wick. Final answer, Your Honor. Final answer. So we continue to scout some people out. International amateurs. Do we have anything left to do? All batters. Still just trying to scout these guys out as best we can. And we might as well. Let's make sure we have all the info that we need on these international free agents. Seattle winning the World Series, though. How do you like that? How do you like that? One of these days, it'll be us. If we're lucky. If we are lucky. All right. What do we got? Hell of a lot of emails. That's what we got. A lot of scouting. A lot of scouting. All right. So, the great Glovers include Danny Crawford at pitcher, Ezekiel Tovar at shortstop. Not bad. We'll take 2 Gold Glovers this year. That works for me. Arbitration-wise, we're just waiting to hear from Pablo Aliendo, and if he doesn't sign, he is very, very easy to replace. We'll see if he plays himself. We'll also see if we have a reliever of the year. Aliendo does sign. Let's see, league news. NL reliever of the year, though, was Edwin Diaz. We didn't even have a finalist. AL reliever of the year, Colin Ray of Tampa Bay. Colin Ray of Tampa Bay. Let's see, had some... Ben Sherrington got dumped. Eric Neander. The Braves have a new owner, Jason Spadaccini. Seattle, 6 games. World Series MVP, Cole Young. Had a 51 overall. Good enough to be World Series MVP. So there you go. Just to let you know what we're looking for. We have a Silver Slugger Award winner because the achievement just popped. So that's good to know. And it's Oda. Winning yield Silver Slugger, the Platinum Stick. At third base with this 4.1 WAR. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Rookie of the Year. Oda's got a good chance at it. We did win Rookie of the Year. Maybe it's a good thing that we kept Oda. Toshinobu Oda is your Rookie of the Year. At age 27. Because, damn it, it's not the Best Young Player Award. It's Rookie of the Year. As he beat Sal Stewart and teammates Charlie Condon and Danny Crawford. What a year for young Rockies. AL top rookie was Nate Furman of the Angels, ahead of Max Clark, Rhys Hines, and others. Damn. Can I win Manager of the Year, please? Yeah, we've had this conversation before. I greatly prefer Rookie of the Year to actually mean Rookie of the Year. Baseball does it right. Philadelphia's Steph Vogel. Manager of the Year, AL, it's AJ Hinch in Detroit. And we found Bobby Ramirez in the Dominican, who is not that good. Cy Young Award winners. It is Brian Wu, the American League for the World Series champ Mariners. NL-wise, Paul Skeens. No real surprise there, but Paul Skeens wins MVP. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. And we found another Dominican player, David Salas, 62 potential. That would be great. That would be lovely. And last but not least, league MVPs. Pete Crow Armstrong. Toshinobu Oda got some votes, man. Let's go. Brenton Doyle got some votes, too. How do you like that? And an AL MVP, Arson Judge. Because the MLB The Show servers have unfortunately been burning down. Well, there we go. And arbitration begins next week. Don't know if we'll go through free agency tonight. I might get some Road to the Show in there still. We just might. Actually, what time is it already? Like 3:04. Okay. All right. Everybody stand for the white people anthem, by the way. Somebody told me. All right. And then free agency begins just 2 days later. Goodman gets about 13 million, Foley 3.2, Doyle about 11, Jordan Beck 3.8. Okay, it's definitely some money. It's definitely some money. But free agency is here. There are also some international free agents out of Japan and Cuba. including Kazuyuki Matsuoka. Hello. 61 overall. Kinosuke Nakagawa, not so hot. Yoshiaki Nita, not so hot. Miguel Espinosa's okay. Nobuyuki Shugiyama. Santiago Gonzalez. Ryuama Nagai. It's okay. Andreas Hernandez. Julio Cano. Not bad. Tony Garcia. And Yorinobu Tashihiro. Tashihiro, who's not that bad. Let's look at Julio Cano. He's never missed a Wordle. Hey, he's okay. He's nothing crazy. And then what about Matsuoka, the pitcher? Neutral. Overall scouting is a little bit low. So yeah, we'd have to work on him a little bit. $24 million contract expectation, by the way. Sweet Christ. Sweet Christ. You are out of your damn mind. We have $35.4 million to spend in free agency. We are tied for the 27th weakest budget, which is pretty rough. But in terms of who is out there, top players, Yohan Duran, Kyle Tucker, Logan Gilbert, Aroldis Chapman, Kazuyuki Matsuoka, Chris Sale, Freddie Freeman, and it dips from there. So it's not the craziest free agency pool. I can't imagine spending a ton of money here, to be honest. Could be wrong, but let me check something here. What's the fastest way to clear a short list? Navigate to the manager tab. Wait, navigate to manager, player search and short list. Select tab. Player search and short list. Delete current short list. I can't do that apparently. Top left box to select all. Do I apparently not actually have a short list, even though I definitely do? What if I create a new short list and entitle it short list? But then we go to this one and we right click it. Nope, can't delete it either. But short list I could delete. Weird. Well, I'll just use default shortlist for this year then. At least we know. At least we know. So I guess the question is there anybody I'd even want? Like, if we take a look at this roster, right? Again, like catcher, we know we have Hunter Goodman. Minor leagues, Aliendo is going to make it. Right? He'll be the backup catcher since he won't really complain about it. At least he shouldn't. He's cool with being a bench player. First base, we know, is Bryant and Condon. Second base is Amador, Riggio, and Ritter. And then Starlin Thompson can play second, but really he's more of a first baseman. All right, Roldy Brito is close. Actually, second base, Amador, bench player, starting lineup for Riggio, bench player for Ritter. Somebody's got to go out of that group. I'm here for Wario. I'm probably going to switch here shortly. Shout out to Brandon, by the way, for the old YouTube membership there. Thank you for that. We are playing Out of the Park Baseball 27, which is so stupidly addicting, it's not even funny. It's not even funny how addicting this game is. None of these, well, Amador is going to get better, and by the time, like, he's Riggio's age, which is a year older, damn. Like, Riggio's the guy that wants to play. The other two are good with the bench, but yeah, one of those guys has to go. And then minor leagues, no one's ready to play second base. First base, by the way, though, Sterling Thompson's got to go because he's going to be unhappy being in the minors. This guy's more of a left fielder in Jared Thomas, so we'll worry about him later. But yeah, Sterling Thompson's going to be mad because he is just not going to be able to play. Primarily thanks to a certain always injured man. So we're going to try to move Sterling Thompson here before I forget. We'll see if we can get a prospect for him. Cool, we can. Top dog would be the second baseman from Minnesota, Chris Hakopian. Chris Hakopian. No expectation. Mariners, he was just acquired from the Mariners at the end of July. Yeah, I mean, that's just what we need is a young player in the system who doesn't want to be in the majors. So Sterling Thompson for Chris Hakopian. That is a done deal there with Minnesota. Thank you very much. We go back to our roster, then it's second base. Ariel Amador. Solid defensively. Doesn't have much in the way of power. 211 batting average last year, a 287 on base. It wasn't great. It wasn't great. Rock Riggio. Much more well-rounded at the plate. He's not amazing at anything, but he's not bad at anything either. So K defensively, 111 plate appearances last year, hit under the Mendoza line, though. Veen is on the roster at this point, yes. And then Ryan Ritter. Really solid. He's the most solid defensively of the bunch. Actually performed the best at the plate, funny enough. Ritter makes sense to keep for his defensive stability. I do like that Riggio can play center. He's not that great at it, though. Riggio's the best at the plate. Ritter is the best defensively. So the way we're going to answer this is there a free agent at second base that is worth bringing in? If so, Riggio goes, but otherwise, Riggio could just be the starter. And the best second baseman, you're talking Bo Bichette, Jeff McNeil, Bryson Stott, Jeremy Pena, Jorge Polanco, most of which, you know, you're talking about having to give up, you know, compensation for, which is not ideal. How much is, and I imagine Bo Bichette's looking for a lot. $29 million. I mean, no shot. Jeremy Pena's looking for 17. I'm glad you went to UMaine, but good Lord, man. I don't think that's money we want to spend. You know? Like, we're not looking for that one dude to spend money on that takes us to a championship contender. We might as well just go with the young guys that we have that really aren't even that much worse. So yeah, I don't think we're bringing in a shortstop, or excuse me, a second baseman this year. So if we go back and look at that roster, Rock Riggio, Ryan Ritter, Ariel Amador. Again, the best defensively is Ritter. The best at the plate is Riggio. It kind of leaves Ariel Amador on the outs. Kind of leaves him on the outs here. He's unhappy, too, due to his performance. I think it might be Amador. I think it is. Wasn't really planning on that, but if we can shop him, maybe get another young prospect that could use a change of scenery. We're not getting a ton for him. It's Houston pretty much no matter what.
Oh, we're doing this again.
Meyer, Potter, Spence, Ichabod, 7 months on the primer. Thank you very much for that. How are you? This guy's a fly ball pitcher, so screw that. Nick Potter is also a fly ball pitcher, so screw that. So the best we could do is get this outfielder, Lucas Spence. He's not that good, but Amador is just not going to be happy in the minors. This guy's fine. He's nothing crazy. Yeah, I mean, just Amador. It's just kind of fallen off a little bit. His potential dropped even more. Did Spence want to be in the majors? Yeah, you're right. Bench player. Shit. Okay. Yeah, good eye. Probably would have just flipped him anyway. Yeah, come on. No complaints. We're doing all right tonight. I'm having a lot of fun with this game. Shit. Ritter or Riggio? Can we move Ritter? Is Ritter good enough at anything else? I mean, Ritter could be in the conversation at shortstop. That is true. Amador definitely a second baseman. Riggio definitely a second baseman. But Ritter could certainly play short. And that might be the way that we survive that. And Bryant, no doubt a first baseman. Condon, no doubt a first baseman. Thank you for reeling the Rockies, guys. Until I go into games, the only thing I enjoy at Coors is the summer weather. Honestly, I mean, we were talking about the other night. Like, man, Coors seems like such a fun place to watch a game. I'd love to make that happen someday. All right. So yeah, second baseman, we're not worried about anything else. So yeah, maybe we keep those two there. So third base is Oda. And I guess technically we could have considered Condon a third baseman, but like, nah, we want people in their best positions. You know? Minor league. Third baseman, really nobody in that mix. I do want to see what we could get for Ritter. I just want to check. Just in case. Just in case is a decent offer. Hello, Jackson Job. Problem is, he is an extreme fly ball pitcher. But acquiring and then flipping Jackson could certainly be the play. I see no reason why we wouldn't do this. That is a 45 potential shortstop who is good defensively for a 60 potential arm, starter reliever still up in the air, that we could then flip, hopefully, for something even better. Maybe. That is a done deal with Detroit. Ryan Ritter for Jackson Job. Thank you very much, if they take it. If they take it, which it looks like they might not. Why wouldn't they take it, though? They're the ones that offered it. Shop a player. 2080 scale. Alright, so we do have to wait to hear. Shit. Alright. If we're going to wait to hear, then... right now, we are looking at needing a backup third baseman to Oda. Ideally. Unless one of these minor leaguers, for whatever reason, did want to be the backup third baseman, but most of them are second. And yeah, just no expectations for these guys, so we can do better. If that guy's unhappy, we can do better. Shortstops. Tovar and potentially Ritter. Tovar and potentially Ritter. Tovar wants to be the starter. Do we have anybody in the minor leagues? Shortstop. No, we don't. So in theory, a backup shortstop, unless that, trade doesn't go through. And then outfielders. Carrig. Yeah, I know. All comes. I've been tempted to put this on like the 0 to 99 scale just so people have familiarity. Okay, Cole Carrig wants to be on the bench. Doyle starter, Beck starter. Back to the minor leagues. Oh boy. Okay, nobody sub 40 wants to be in. So Benny Montgomery, no expectation for him. Robert Calaz, no expectation. Same for Zach Veen. Jared Thomas does want to be in the majors. If we call up Jared Thomas right now, the outfield would be Carrig, Doyle, Beck, and Thomas. Bench player, starting, and then bench player. So obviously we could find an improvement there, or we could just run with that, let people develop, That's not bad. We could do that. The fact these guys here aren't complaining about not playing is very helpful too. That might change though. And if we look at pitchers, how long is Ben Shields out for? Concussion, he's out for 2 weeks. Okay. I mean, obviously we could look at improvements here. Like, that's not really a surprise. So really quickly then, if we focus just solely on position players first, again, backup catcher, we don't need one. We're fine. We have who we have. And I think we are, I think we're okay with that. Making sure we're under the right scouting system as well. But yeah, we really have no reason to bring anybody in here to, like obviously like Danny Jansen, Salvi, these guys aren't going to want to be backups. Like, best guy we could get is Eduardo Valencia, who is like a 5 to 6 point improvement for 1.8 mil. So, I mean, we could definitely, like, kind of min-max the team a little bit. But let's see if there's bigger money we want to spend. First base is nothing we can do anyway. Everyone's expensive. And, I mean, again, we got our guy there. Second base, we already talked about. Third base, we were looking at a backup. Compensation required for the front three. Starter. Playing in majors for Cody Clemens. So Clemens is one of the first guys, and that's still $3.6 million for a 45 overall. When at third, we do have Oda, who's a 55. So, I mean, we could spend that money on a Cody Clemens, a Tyler Freeman, It's not too bad. So at least we know around about 45 overall or lower is about the best we're going to do. So if we start taking a look at performance, Libertor is obviously going to be too much. Kevin Biggio. Yeah, Biggio could be a decent little backup. Jonah Bride. Also not bad defensively. Anthony Siegler's okay. Alcantara. Just to check. Do we have somebody? Oda is a righty. Can we get a lefty or a switch hitter? Lefty or a switch hitter? That'll be Biggio. So Biggio's still in the mix. Biggio is still in the mix. Siegler. Still in the mix, that is. Alcantara's a switch hitter. That's not bad either. Doesn't have much power, but he's good defensively. And like Diaz. There's quite a few guys here that aren't that bad. Maybe we leave Alcantara out even though he is good defensively. Rivas, what about him? I mean, yes, in terms of the eye, he doesn't have any goddamn power. Was kind of why I was overlooking him. But yeah, in terms of like plate discipline, he's insane. Maybe I'm trying to be a bit too well-rounded. JC Escara is not going to help. Siegler's more of a third baseman and a second baseman, too. Kevin Biggio might be our guy. He might be our guy. Jose Fermin. And then LeBlanc. Ooh, he's a righty. Honestly, Kevin Biggio is kind of looking like the guy that I want. He's just well-rounded. Lefty as well. He's got that captain mentality. He's cool with being a bench player for 1.9 mil. He only got 58 at-bats for Houston last year. He was pretty bad. AAA. Yeah. I don't know, it's $2 million too much for who could be a decent backup, but might not be that great. We could look for cheaper. What is Rivas looking at here? Oops. 1.8. MLB didn't play much. AAA. It's about the same. And again, at least Biggio has a little bit more power. I don't know. Kevin Biggio might be our guy as a backup third baseman. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. And then we were also talking about a backup shortstop behind Tovar at a 49 overall. Back to free agents then. So shortstops, if we take a look, highest rated Bichette, Stott. I don't know if Stott's good enough to, well, how much money is he looking for? Really quickly. $21 million. Okay, nope, not doing that. Not doing that. There goes that idea. And you know what? Really quickly, just back to the team. Tovar is a righty, so could we find... Oops. Could we find a backup shortstop at a lefty who's in like the mid-40s for rating? Proper shortstop. Jackson Clough strikes out too much. Oh boy. Jacob Amaya removed from all shortlists. All right, that type of shortstop I was hoping for, at least a primary shortstop, just does not exist. So maybe a Leo Rivas still makes sense. Maybe a switch hitting Osvaldo Cabrera, 1.9 mil, makes sense just because he's a super utility man. Yeah, maybe Cabrera is what we're looking for here. If it's not him, it would honestly be looking back at Andrew Monasterio. How much was Monasterio looking for? 1.6? He is a righty, though. Reyes and then Rojas, not quite what we're looking for. And then Bryson Stott, who's obviously way too good. So yeah, maybe Osvaldo Cabrera as that backup shortstop. So yeah, third base. You know what? Kevin Biggio, he is more of a second baseman, though. He's more of a first baseman now, if we're being honest. Fuck. I hate how it does that. I wish it would show somebody in their best position. I don't know if there's a way I can sort that, but like Kevin Biggio, I would want to see him show up primarily as a first baseman instead of that position being listed as second, you know? Because he is more of a first baseman than a second. Kind of throws me off a little bit. So honestly, if that's the case, again, we know Gleyber Torres is going to be too expensive. Jonah Bride, Ryan McMahon was too expensive. Anthony Siegler. How much were you looking for? Nothing. Siegler was willing to take a minor league deal. That's not too bad then. Alcantara's lacking a bit of power. JC Escara. Not a very good third baseman, we'll say that. Siegler, much better. Biggio was at a 45 out of 50. That's not bad. Jose Fermin. Bench player, 1.5. Okay. Anybody else? Charles LeBlanc. Fermin was a righty, though. We were looking for a lefty or a switch, right? Jax isn't going to be good enough. Yandy Diaz is too good. There's Andrew Monasterio again, but he is a righty. Chris Morel. Not what we're looking for. Ryuma Nagai, not what we're looking for. Jorge Polanco's too good. Let's see. Spencer Steer is too good. Ruben Rossignol. And then Pablo Reyes. Okay, let me just double check at shortstop, but I mean I think we have a decent list depending on how these secondary positions actually lined up. Pablo Reyes was a righty. Monasterio's a righty. Osvaldo Cabrera could be decent. Okay. I do think we have our list there. So third base, we are looking at either Kevin Biggio, Anthony Siegler, or Osvaldo Cabrera. Shortstop, we're looking at Osvaldo Cabrera. All right, well, that makes it easy. All right, Osvaldo, we need you, buddy. We need you. 1-year deal, $1.9 million. Should you get called up, I will submit that offer. And then either Siegler or Biggio for third base. Both were decent. Decent defense there, too. Biggio's really not that bad either. Biggio's going to win out for the leadership. 1 year, 1.9 if promoted, which you will be. Here comes the Pacer. 84 months from Frankie. Disregard when I shit talked you earlier when you weren't here. Disregard that. Frankie, you wonderful chuckle fuck. How are you? How's life in the upside down today? All right. So again, just to double check, shortstops, we weren't willing to spend the big money on anybody there. Siegler seems worth it just for the minor league deal. Honestly, that's fair. Shit talk me all you want, but why was I being shit talked? I don't remember. Oh, we had an Australian who was temperamental. So I said, yeah, like all Australians, like Frank. So, I really burned you there. I can't imagine spending $30 million a year on Boba Fett, I gotta be honest. That's all of us. You people. Hit him with the you people. Let me see. Where the hell was he? Where the hell was Siegler? He was at third, right? Yeah. He does want starting lineup. GG's. 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 Sorry, Mr. Siegler, that is not happening. You are out of your mind. Out of 40 overall, you are out of your mind. So again, final thing to check here is the outfield, which right now is Doyle, Beck, Thomas, and Carrig, all of which at least want to be in the majors. So the question is there an outfielder where it's like, yeah, no, we're taking this guy, you're out of here? Kyle Tucker, at 30 years old, how much is he looking for? $48 million. Okay, we don't have the money for that. Austin Hayes, Stephen Kwan, Brandon Marsh. I don't think any of those guys are worth disrupting what we have. So is there anybody else who's a little bit stealthy? Like stealthily good? Obviously, we just got a bunch of dudes here from the previous short list. Kind of annoying you can't reset the default short list. But what do I know? I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. Okay, so if we're talking players here and Kyle Tucker is way out of it. Jesse Winker's 34. We might as well stick with the youth. Mike Yastrzemski's 37. Julio Cano at 29. What's he looking for? Nothing. The Wild Horse of the Osage. The Osage? The Osage. Jesus Christ, what a nickname. So he's coming over from Puerto Rico as a 29-year-old rookie. And he has no expectation, apparently? All right, we're gonna scout this dude. We're gonna scout that dude. He's the wild card here. He is the wild card to all of this. Like Frazier, Kepler, it's not worth blowing up the team for any of these guys because, like, whatever. Our whole, like, hey, you'll hit home runs at Coors and then be worth more strategy from last year, yeah, that didn't work. So I'm not risking that again this year. I think who we have is perfectly acceptable for the moment. God, we had so many people on our short list last year. Jesus. Rivertown. What a name. But yeah, if we were to blow it up for anybody, maybe Julio Cano. But, like, there's just a bunch of, like, good dudes, but they're all 30 and up. Outside of, like, Nolan Jones, Brandon Marsh. Marsh is going to be expensive as hell, though. Yeah, 21 mil. That's not happening. Tyler O'Neill, Jock Peterson, of course, we tried last year. A Stantonian home run. Yeah, I think we're okay. Unless that one dude turns out to be pretty good. Stanton playing all or nothing ball at Coors would be fun. For $4.4 million and an injury-prone man. I don't disagree it would be funny. But Jesus Christ, when we already have Chris Bryant, can we really afford to do that? I don't think we can. But Julio Cano we can definitely look at. which means the last thing is pitching. And we haven't really taken a look at expectations from the team that we already have, and if something's worth disrupting. I don't know the answer to that. We'll get that save in there. All right, organization, roster, pitchers. Gonna take it easy. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. You guys aren't following Kana. You should. Why not? Do it. Do it now. Watch her play spooky games or Fortnite or whatever the hell she streams. A lot of Marvel rivals. All right, with these pitchers. What do we got? I want to look at pitching ratings. So, ideally, Foley's a reliever. Lebowski is a reliever. Palmquist is a starter. Shields, in theory, is a starter. And Seabaugh is a starter. All right, so if we go back to default then, look at overall. Herrera definitely wants to be in the bullpen and will be, because holy shit, look at this guy. Danny Crawford wants to be in the rotation. I mean, he almost won Rookie of the Year, so yes. Jason Foley, who is back, definitely to the bullpen. McCade Brown wants to be in the starting rotation. We're okay with that. Jack Lebowski wants to be in the rotation. We can consider that. That's fine. Chase Dollander, who we know we might have to flip because extreme fly ball. I should think he was the only one there. Yeah, he is. Dollander's probably got to get traded. Keel Morris wants to be in that starting rotation. Honestly, Lebowski might have to get traded too because starting rotations just, he doesn't have the stamina for it. Carson Palmquist, also an extreme fly ball pitcher. Probably getting traded. Ben Shields is good to be in the bullpen, which is okay because he could be the long reliever. Jack Siebert wants to be in the starting rotation. He wasn't very good last year, but okay. And he's the last one. So back to the organization and minor leagues. All pitchers. Jackson Cox, no expectation. Let's see. Bryce Elder, no expectation. Herrera, no. Okay, good news is it doesn't look like any of these dudes have that expectation of being in the majors. Which means they could be pleasantly surprised if they are. Go down to about a 37 overall. Cool. Does mean that we have a lot of room for relievers. But it does also mean there are some people I want to get rid of. Jack Lebowski. Bill Brasky. Can we move Jack Lebowski and probably Palmquist? Probably Palmquist as well. Because I feel like Dollander will be good enough to move on his own. Can we move these two together for a prospect? We can. It's from the Red Sox, and it won't be anybody good. But at least we can get something for them. Top guy is Gage Zeal, a 46 potential reliever, whose expectation is starting rotation. Okay, you're drunk. Outside of that, it's Alan Castro, no expectation outfielder. Pretty good. Not bad. What about John Holobetz as a reliever? Starting rotation expectation. You're drunk. Marvin Alcantara at second wants to be playing in the majors. We don't need him. And Miguel Blay, no expectations. You know, I think old Alan Castro, I think he was the guy. Switch hitter as well. Jack Lebowski, Carson Palmquist to the Red Sox for Alan Castro. We will try and we will succeed in completing that trade. So that leaves Dollander, who needs to go because fly ball pitcher. This is just not the ballpark for that. Can we flip him for a good prospect, given he is also a good prospect? We might not get as good of a return as we're hoping for. First option, reliever Jonathan Santucci, who's a fly ball pitcher. Fuck. Outside of that, Braden Nett, a 51 potential reliever who would want to be in the bullpen. He's fine. He actually has the stamina to be a starter, but... And that is it. Dollander, 56 potential for a 51 potential reliever. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Feels like we're just losing too much. It's like the AI knows we don't actually have the advantage if we're trading Dollander. Shit. Oh, do we want to risk having Dollander on this team? Just extreme fly ball pitcher at Coors screams disaster. We're going to move Dollander out to the Athletics for Braden Nett. Done deal. He's just not useful to us here. He just isn't. Fans aren't happy that I traded Dollander, but they'll get over it. Yeah, I want them to believe me. It's much, much less heartbreaking than watching this team just hemorrhage runs whenever he's on the mound. So we need 4 relievers from free agency, and then we're pretty much done, aside from international free agency. So I'm just going to go through this tonight. I don't know if we'll get into any road to the show tonight. It's going to be a bit late. If we look at pitchers here. Again, so obviously Duran is unbelievable, but he wants $36 million. Holy shit. Oh my god. You're out of your fucking mind. Aroldis Chapman wants $14 million. Nope. Felix Batista, selfish. No, thank you. It's also a fly ball pitcher. Extreme fly ball, neutral. Phil Matone. Hey, he's fine. $7 million. Jesus Christ. And you're fine, but like, goddamn, Phil. You make me angry, Phil. Let me check really quickly the one thing that I didn't. Particularly all pitchers. The only lefties are Shields and Herrera. So we will definitely need our fair share of lefties out of the pen. That was the last thing we needed to check. All right, back to free agency. I really don't think I want to pay $7 million a season for Phil Matone. I mean, maybe because we have it, but at the same time, Jesus. This is pretty good, though. He is pretty good. You know what, Phil? You make me angry, Phil, but you're going to the short list. Garrett Whitlock. Another righty, but you know what? Short list for you. Will Vest, we can take a better look at later. Jose Alvarado. Chevy Silverado. Extreme ground ball. Camilo Duvall. Also be decent. What else do we have? Carlos Estevez is a fly ball. Hunter Harvey. It's good. Fly ball, fly ball, fly ball. Neutral. Fly ball. Ground ball. Sir Anthony Dominguez. Torn UCL. Goodbye. Fly ball, fly ball, fly ball. Jesus. Fly ball, fly ball, fly ball. Ground ball. Chris Martin. No, it's obviously not. Can you imagine if it was that Chris Martin? The Coldplay Chris Martin? Imagine. He's still on our board, though. There we go. Bunch of injuries. Not Ray. How long is Bennett Souza for? 8 weeks? Torn rotator cuff? Yeah, I don't want to risk that. Don't want to risk that after an injury that poor or that severe. Matt Svanson. Boy, aren't you familiar. Also look at Aaron Ashby. Fly ball, extreme fly ball. Jesus. Jakob Yunis is outspoken, aka he's a dickhead. Brad Keller. Kevin Kelly. Speaking of dickheads, at least the wrestling, Kevin Kelly. Both of them, actually. Ground ball. Hobie Milner is hurt, so no thank you. Taylor Rogers. River Ryan. Kind of poked fun at your name earlier. Please ignore that. Gregory Santo. More extreme fly ball options. Danny Colombe. We'll probably stop this at about a 45 overall, I think. Fly ball neutral. Gunnar Hoagland. Jonathan Loaisiga. Alec Manoa. Ryan Brazier. More extreme fly ball options. Lucas Urseg is disruptive. Fuck. DL Hall. Ground ball. Stephen Kolek. Not that bad. Fly ball pitcher there. Neutral for Cody Poteet. Is that it for the 45s? Almost. Blake Trinan. We'll get Mitch Spence out of there. Schultons we don't need. Okay. Cool. So we at least have a list. Customize is shortlisted. There we go. All right. So out of all you sons of bitches, who do we want to go for? And one more look of who we had in the minors that might be worth calling up. Let's see. So outside, I'm like Adam Mazur. Brandon Eisert, Seth Halverson. Could get the call-ups to save money. Adam Mazur is a fly ball pitcher, so that's not going to happen. Eisert is a neutral and a lefty. Halverson is a neutral and a righty. All right. Let's save a bit of money here for the international signings. So you know what? Isert, again, was the lefty. We'll promote you up. And then Halverson was the righty. Okay, we need 2 more dudes then out of that big old short list. Who's that going to be? Who is that going to be? Top shot it out. Anybody with sub 50 control, honestly, I don't really want you. I don't really want you. We can aim higher than that. Sorry to fill my tone. All right. Next up. Anybody with a sub 50 hold, maybe? Since we only need 2 people. Move from all short lists. I just thought of a really quick way to clear the short list, by the way, which will be nice for the future. Okay, so that's the hold, that's the control. Means we don't have very much going in terms of heavy strikeouts. Ryan Brazier will be off the list. Ryan Watson's off the list. Jacob Nix. And Trevor Gott. We are down to these options, including Danny Colombe as a left-hander, which is what we need. So Danny at 38, $2 million. You are making this team out of pure necessity. We will meet your demand and submit that offer. And that leaves one of these righties, which means we can just get Colombe off of the short list. One of these righties. Obviously, Will Vest has the best stuff. The BABIP is not great for everybody. The control goes to Chris Martin. The stamina. Honestly, we could go ground ball as opposed to neutral. And I think we will. So it is either Chris Martin or Jonathan Loaisaga. One's an extreme ground ball. Home run rate's lower for Loaisaga, but better control, better strikeouts for Martin. Martin's looking for 2.4. Loaisaga is wrecked. Old Johnny Lasagna in terms of injuries. So, Chris Martin. You are our guy to shore up this bullpen so we're at least not completely tragic. There you go. That's it for free agency. Osvaldo Cabrera, Chris Martin, Danny Colombe, and Kevin Biggio. It's really all we need. There isn't anybody else out there that's like so good that we are willing to spend that crazy money on them that honestly we can't really afford anyway. Like Kyle Tucker would be nice, but he's just way too expensive. These guys are just, and like Matsuoka coming over from Japan wants $24 million. There's just no way. I mean, maybe if we were to scout him and find out he was even better, it's about the only way. That is about the only way. You know, we'll at least get a scouting report on him. That feels like the Daisuke approach. Like Jeff Hoffman's out there that we don't have much info on, but I think we're okay. Lance McCullers. Yeah, I think we're good. Play it safe. Don't spend the big money. Focus on prospects, right? If we can. Alright, RJ Pettit needs to be bumped up. Now, he is somebody that wants to be in the bullpen. We can at least give him a chance. 7 months of injury time left, though. Jesus. Just activate from the injured list, I guess. Because goddamn, that man is destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. All right. Let's see. Trade proposal, almost. Ritter for Job. Yeah, it was almost both times. Cabrera, Brito, or Cole Carrig. None of those are happening. None of those are happening. Well, you know, right there, actually. Ryan Ritter for Jackson Job. If we add Arguez, I imagine? Arguez? I'm not sure. But yeah, we can definitely add that guy. Like, he's nothing. He is nothing. Respond to message. Add Christian Arguez and So Ryan Ritter and Arguez for Jackson Job, which means we'd still have to figure out the bullpen a little bit. But we wouldn't have... Actually, we'd have to figure out the team a little bit. But there we go. Jackson Job has been acquired. But, of course, we were going to try to flip him. Because fly ball pitcher. So we get Jackson Job away from Detroit. So we got something for Ryan Ritter. And the question now is, if we shop Jackson Job, can we get anything for him? Nobody wants him. Interesting. I mean, he's making 1.8 mil. It's not like he's expensive. Really? Nobody wants him? Is he that cooked? What about 50% retained? And literally, it's just a, yeah, Kansas City's like, I guess we'll take him. Well, fuck that. I guess we'll just keep him then. I, for one, love our new Chase Dollander. That's insane. Nobody wants him. Huh. Whatever. We'll keep him. That's fine. He'll be the one fly ball pitcher on the roster unless something changes. That is very bizarre that nobody would want him, but I guess that's why Detroit was trying to shop him. We'll put him on the block, see if we get any good offers. We didn't give up much to get him. I mean, I liked Ryan Ritter, but somebody had to go. That's not the worst thing in the world. Does he do magic tricks like Gob? You know, when I see the name Gob, I think of the band. Because, oh, Ellen, what can I do? Monthly international scouting practice complete. And Hall of Fame voting is beginning. So for international scouting, we'll remove all for the moment. And we will add those with the highest potential that are at least not listed as high in scouting. In terms of their average. Was that 10? There we go. Run practice. And Josh Marker's insane. Hall of Fame voting. What do we got? 26 players on the ballots. David Wright, Chase Utley, Justin Upton, Kurt Suzuki, Steven Strasburg, Sergio Romo, Jimmy Rollins, Francisco Rodriguez, A-Rod, Albert Pujols, David Price, Buster Posey, Andy Pettit, Oliver Perez, my goat, gets my vote. Let's fucking go. Dustin Pedroia gets my vote. I wasn't going to start doing this, but then I saw Oliver Perez. Darren O'Day, Mark Melanson, John Lesta gets my vote. Torrey Hunter, Felix Hernandez gets my vote. I'm trying to see if I can lure anybody in to be like, oh, Pujols! It hasn't happened yet. Cole Hamels, Sean Doolittle, Tyler Clippard, Robinson Cano, Mark Burley, Bobby Abreu. All right. Well, we're definitely obviously voting for Albert Pujols. Gotta vote for Buster Posey. Andy Pettit, David Price, A-Rod, K-Rod. Jimmy Rollins gets my vote. Steven Strasburg gets my vote. 2 spots left. Utley, David Wright, Torrey Hunter, Cole Hamels, Robinson Cano, Mark Burley, Bobby Abreu. Oh, who else do we want to give a nod to? You know what? MLB The Show 07. We got to vote for David Wright. And then Utley, Justin Upton, Kurt Suzuki, obviously not. Romo, K-Rod, A-Rod. David Price. I'm leaning towards David Price. Darren O'Day, Mark Melanson, Torrey Hunter. You know, I think I'm going Torrey Hunter, man. 9 gold gloves. It's got to be Torrey Hunter. I will submit my ballot, I am sure. Thank you very much. Let the Red Sox and personal bias shine through, you know? That is the way. And Jackson Jobe and Braden Nett both need to be assigned. So Nett, we are going to put you in Albuquerque for the moment. I cannot do that. I lied. Braden Nett, you will go to the active roster. Can Jackson Jobe go to Albuquerque? No. So weird. It's a 42-man roster now. That's so weird. So Rule 5, we're not going to have to do anything either unless it's just somebody crazy good. Which there might be. God, it's already 4 o'clock. Dude, that is one of the fastest hours of my life. Holy shit. I swear I looked at the clock 20 minutes ago. It's been an hour and 4 minutes. Jesus. Jesus. Out of the park, baseball. What are you doing? What on earth? What on earth? What on earth? We got a trade proposal. A couple of them. Chris Martin, best offer to date. Colombe. Looking okay. Yeah, Schizoid. We'll try to play tomorrow. Kazuyuki Matsuoka. We still need more info on the guy, but yeah, he is just straight up a 61 overall. He's not going to get any better. I still wouldn't dare send him an offer for $26 million. Jesus Christ. Julio Cano was the outfielder. Showing up as a 47, but still no contract demand. Can I sign him to a minor league deal just because? The wild horse of the Osage. I'm just going to offer him a minor league deal because why not? It's a minor league deal. That could be a crazy steal. Osvaldo Cabrera, we're in the lead. Kevin Biggio, we're in the lead. Yankees are offering Colby Turner and Enixon Sanchez for Rock Riggio and $300,000. Turner is a 50 potential first baseman. Sanchez is a 36 potential reliever. Of course, Riggio is a 50 potential second baseman who's already basically developed. Turner, 2026 35th overall pick. Extreme dev risk. I don't know enough about this kid to risk it. They can request a scouting report, but if they pull out of the deal, then so be it. But yeah, that's not an immediate accept. Dodgers want Chris Bryant. 80% retained, though. Fuck! That's like no relief at all. Oh, I saw Chris Bryant and I got excited. They'd give us William Salazar, a nothing reliever, for Chris Bryant. $3 million and Adael Amador. Suck my dick, LA. Get out of here. Lottery results have been announced. It'll be the Nationals, Marlins, Padres, Angels, Yankees, and White Sox in the top 6. Jesus. Jesus. That is brutal. Cano hasn't signed yet. Interesting. He did, actually. He signed with Chicago. And he does want to play in the majors. He took the minor league deal, though, with the White Sox. But, yeah, he would have caused complications for me anyway. Padres want Jared Thomas for Hayden Frank. Thomas is an outfielder for us right now. Frank is a garbage reliever. As far as I know, he's garbage. Overall scouting is average. No. And then they're also offering Paxton Schultz for Roldy Brito and Al Anaya. Brito is a solid young second baseman. Anaya's a nothing reliever. Schultz is an okay starter. Yeah, the Padres think I'm dumb. That's good to know. The Padres think that I am dumb. Oof. And maybe I am, but I'm not that dumb. San Diego's not giving up. Rock Riggio and $100,000 for Antonio Alcala, who is one of the worst prospects I've ever seen. No. And the Dodgers, 80% retained on Chris Bryant, $3.2 million in cash, and Al Anaya for shortstop Merrick Carter, who's not good, and Greg Ferreira, who is not good. Yeah, I'm not that desperate to get rid of Chris Bryant that I'm just going to essentially pay you to play him. I'll just play him. Dodgers now want Cole Carrig and $200,000 for Carson Swilling. I'm not even going to respond to you, Padres, at this point. I thought it was the Dodgers. It was the Padres. Padres also want send Paxton Schultz for Zach York. Starting rotation for Schultz. Honestly, that's not terrible, but I really just don't need Paxton Schultz. Like, unless they'll give me time to scout him just to see for sure what he's about. But that's pretty much the only way. We'll advance again. Rule 5's coming up too. If we get rid of Rishi October. Insanity. At the moment, he's not going anywhere. I can say that. It would have to be a heck of a deal because I think he's a pretty good player. I think he is a pretty good player. All right, Rule 5 draft is here. I did not check my fucking 40-man again. I keep forgetting. The question is whether or not I'd even lose anybody. Organization, instead of DFA, Rule 5 eligible players. Hopefully it's not too late. Holy shit, okay. Griffin Herring. Place on the 42-man. Brody Brecht to the 42-man. Roldy Burrito to the 42. Eddie Felix to the 42. Robert Calaz to the 42. De La Cruz to the 42. Wilmis Paulinho to the 42. And Derek Bernard. So, yeah, we got a couple guys there that are at like 45 potential, but if we lose them, including Zach Veen, if we lose them, we lose them. Although, you know what? We got 2 spots left. We could go for Castro at a 43 overall. I don't want to lose him for nothing. But honestly, I do need roster spots open just in case. Yeah, if we lose these guys, we lose them. Is it too late to just, like, shop Castro? Yeah, really quickly. Alan Castro. If I'm going to lose you for nothing, can I at least get something for you? No. What about Zach Veen? Can we get something for Zach Veen, who is not shaping up to make this roster? No. Okay. Well, if we lose him, we lose him. We tried. But I do want to leave a couple roster spots open just in case. We protect the most important players. So to the real 5, we got the 17th pick. We'll start said draft. And did we lose anybody? I don't know if we did. We did not. The Orioles have gotten fucking ripped apart. Jesus Christ. First 4 players were all from Baltimore. There's a couple of dudes here, man. 50 overall guys. Holy shit. Oh my god. Now, granted, we'd have to play them in the majors, but holy shit. Low scouting accuracy, though? Yeah, that's a risk. A lot of these guys we just don't know enough about. Average scouting at best. You know what? I think we're going to forego. We do have a good prospect pool as it is. If we lose somebody, we lose somebody. Yeah, there's definitely some temptation there, but again, I'm mainly intrigued by the international free agent pool that's going to be coming up. All right. Player development, we're still working on. From the looks of it, if we lost anybody, we lost one dude. Nope, we didn't lose anybody. Cool. And then Colby Turner was that player that the Yankees were offering, and I mean, we still don't even really know enough about him. Yeah, we really don't know enough about the guy. Until we know more. I think we're good. Schultz report on Paxton. Still don't know enough about him either. I believe our scout, the worst thing he was graded as was scouting minor leaguers, so it can be kind of tough for trades. Guardians offer a trade for Herrera. This is going to have to be insane because Herrera's nuts. Why is this biased Eros? I mean, I don't care. He's on Seattle. Nelson Kellio for Wellington Herrera. That's one of the worst offers I've ever seen. It's a 52 overall reliever for a 36. I get heartburn just thinking about this proposal. No fucking kidding. That is one of the worst trade offers I have ever seen in a video game. If the AI accepted that, it would be one of those deals where you're just like, this is the worst game of all time. That's crazy. That is crazy. Tampa and Cincinnati, Dustin May and cash for Omen Pote and Nishentel Myers. Okay. Fair. I don't think we got anything else going on. I didn't think we'd be going through the entire offseason, but damn it, we've made it this far. Might as well keep going. All right. Chris Martin has signed. Osvaldo Cabrera, Kevin Biggio, and Danny Colombe have all signed. And then Masuoka, we still just don't know much about him, but he does love chili dogs, so he's basically Sonic the Hedgehog, who wants $36 million. Even if we wanted him, we can't afford him. That's nuts. That is nuts. Let's see, what do we have here? So Julio Cano, it doesn't matter because he's gone. Minnesota wants JP Middleton. JB Middleton, 57 potential as a reliever for Chase Meyer and Jorge Cedillo. Not like you don't even deserve a response. Go away. A lot of people struggling with their programs and shit. We're not going to cancel them though. Battle through, baby. Battle through. That's what we need. Trade proposal from San Diego. JP Middleton, one of our better young relievers, for Carlos Medina, who is absolutely trash. What is going on with these offers? Get out of here. Like, I don't know that much about Medina, but I can't imagine he's that good. I can't imagine. We'll take a look, and maybe I just passed up on a crazy good deal, but I doubt it. Out of your damn mind. Out your damn minds with these trade offers. With these trade offers. Goodness. Must be out your damn mind. Okay, and still nothing too crazy for the email side of things. International free agent signing begins in 12 days. That is what we are waiting for. Trade proposal from the Padres. Middleton for Gensi Aguino. Absolutely not. Also Colby Turner, that first baseman on Tampa. Or not Tampa, excuse me, Tampa Tarpons, that is. Also, again, just not looking that good. We'll continue to scout him. It's going to take 3 weeks. International amateurs. Let us continue to find out information about these guys. Hopefully it's not too little too late. Right. Remove from all shortlists. Remove from all shortlists. Oh, it's just Rule 5 eligible players. That makes sense. DFA. Danny Colombe to the main roster. Chris Martin to the active roster. Neat. Alright, just organize the minor league system. Bring us to the international free agent period. I want to see if we can make one more big deal here. One more big signing. Before we call it a strem. Before we do. Padres, I'll talk to you in a minute. Looks like it was nothing but scouting those million bajillion free agents. Padres want Middleton. That's just not happening. That is just not happening. But given the fact that the Padres are offering goddamn everything, let's go to the Padres minor league system and just scout like everybody they have in the minor league system if they're going to keep spamming offers, right? Apparently 54 people couldn't be added. That might have been a mistake. That might be way too much. Also, apparently Byron Buxton's on the trade block, but I would imagine he is way too expensive for our budgets. There we go. 122 emails. Beautiful. There we go. The signing period has begun. You can view your practice invitees on the scouting screen. We will remove all for the moment. And double check. Ah, he beat me to it. He beat me to the punch. He beat me to the punch, you son of a gun. I was trying to get through the international free agent signing period, and then I was heading your way. Apparently, you said no. Thank you very much for the raid. You know I appreciate you. I know I saw the title of another experiment this evening. How did it work out for you? I don't even know what it was, right? It was something to do with low-level players. That's all I know. Also, hello, everybody coming over from the raid. Thank you for supporting Franchise Time Machine. You made a wonderful, wonderful choice. Great dude, great streamer. Way more knowledgeable at this game than I am, but well done on that front. And, yeah, I am someone who is still more relatively new to this game. And doing my best to learn and to not be trash. Mixed results. We did win 83 games with the Season 2 Rockies, though, so we got that going for us. But indeed, we are just about done with this second offseason, so that's not bad. We're testing the player creation engine just to see if distribution of talent at every level, legend down to scrub, has changed much. We know everything about starting pitching. There you go. There you go. So what was the final conclusion there then? I'm intrigued. Also, what is our pool here? It's not as low as I thought. It's actually up there. We got $7.7 million available here. That's not bad. We only got through starting pitching. Hence the you know everything about starting pitching. Gotcha. Gotcha. All right, there are a couple of dudes. We need to send our scouts into overdrive here. Doesn't seem to be too different from 26. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Richard Aguirre. I could have sworn we knew more about these guys, and then just like that information felt like it disappeared. Herm the Worm? Why is your nickname Herm if your name's Richard? It's good for the community games. Good. All right, yeah, we are just going to have to wait and really scout out a lot of these people. There's not much we can do. We don't have to recalibrate things too much. Well, that's nice then. I'm happy there's a win for you in your community, at least. I'm happy for that. Because I know how annoying things can be when a game's just like, hey, everything's different now, and then you need to try to adapt, because I dealt with that with, like, NHL for years. I'd like to have you play a creator roster game on stream sometime. I am 100% down. You just need to know, or you just need to let me know my limitations, basically. Cardinals want Josh Cross for Rock Rigia. That is not happening. Absolutely not. Gotta be honest, man, there are still some trade offers in this game where it just feels like the AI is trolling you. They're just like, let's see if he hits the wrong button and takes this deal. I don't understand. Maybe that's exactly the point, but that is what it feels like. Again, let's just keep making sure that we're getting scouting reports from these guys. And we got the Hall of Fame voting results coming up. Let's see if the right people made it in. All right, more scouting. All right, Hall of Fame voting results. Here we go. Albert Pujols, first ballot. Who didn't vote for Albert Pujols? 99.4%. This game is way too realistic because, of course, some jerk has to go, no, not first ballot. You don't deserve. God damn it, it's way too realistic. Robinson Cano got 65% in his first year. I don't know if that would happen because of the steroids. You know? Same guy who didn't vote for Ichiro. Yeah, right? A-Rod got 57%. Andy Pettit's been dropped. Mark Burley, Sergio Romo, Darren O'Day, Tyler Clippard, Justin Upton, Sean Doolittle, Mark Melanson, and Kurt Suzuki, with the latter two not getting a single vote, were all dropped. Strasburg got 11%. Oliver Perez got 12.3. Let's go. I'm not the only one to vote for Oliver Perez. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I don't know about anybody. Look, everybody has it. I don't know if anybody else was an Oliver Perez fan, but for me, he was just one of those dudes. Like, despite being a Red Sox fan, from a video game standpoint, there was a very special time for the Pittsburgh Pirates. And we're talking early 2000s into like 2005, 2006, where you had the Pirates with Oliver Perez, with Jason Bay, and those were my dudes from a franchise mode perspective. And yeah, I love me some Oliver Perez. Is he Hall of Fame worthy? No. No, he is not. But it doesn't mean I didn't vote for him because he deserves it. He absolutely deserves it. So we'll see if he makes it. He won't, but I hope he does. All right, yeah. I spent so... Oh. Why did that switch? We have these guys scouted. For some reason, it switched my scouting from our actual guy to OSA again. I was going to say, we had, like, all of these dudes scouted. That makes way more sense as to why we didn't have that info. Okay. So the top players in this class, it's a reliever out of Panama, Raul Werewolf Perez. Hell yes. Hell yes. The lefty wants to be in the bullpen immediately. Potential to be a triple-digit on-the-gun type of pitcher with a fastball and a curveball. I think we got to go for that guy. I mean, a little bit more info could be nice, particularly on home runs allowed since we have to deal with cores. But, man, this guy's a fireballer. And then the other one was a shortstop out of the Dominican, Luis Rodriguez, who wants to be at least on the bench. 95 potential gap power with high scout accuracy? Holy God. That's got to be too good to be true. Also, my Spanish is horrific. What the hell is your nickname? The Machine. His nickname is The Machine. How could we not go for him? How could we not? Werewolf better than The Machine? I don't disagree. And then there's also 78 potential Mexican starter Luis Torres, who does not have a nickname. Again, home run alloved's a bit rough. I wanted it to be the mannequin. That's really what I thought it was too, but I was way too embarrassed to say. You know, I mean, come on. A face this white, it's like next they'll be expecting me to call it a flour tortilla, you know? Mechanical werewolf would be the best of both worlds. You have a beautiful mind, sir. You have a beautiful mind. And then center fielder Richard Aguirre is the only other guy above a 75. Herm the Worm. Good old Dick Aguirre. Man, the power, the discipline. Damn. Now, those ranges are always going to be kind of nuts, right? But the high accuracy... Wasn't Pujols the Machine? He was. Guy couldn't even get unanimously voted into the Hall of Fame. That's so mean. That's so mean, though. Damn. All right. Raul Perez. We definitely need... Whoops. Didn't want to do that. Please go back. Thank you. Double-clicked my mouse there. We definitely want more info on him because of home runs allowed. Like, we just can't risk it at cores if he is going to be the type to allow home runs. Luis Rodriguez, we got this guy scouted out. Like, dude, that 95 gap power, this is a must recruit here. But we only have 7.7 mil. Rodriguez wants 3.6. So obviously that leaves 4.1 mil. That would rule out Richard Aguirre. But that's okay. Like, if we could get Perez, Rodriguez, or Torres, a combination of the three, we should be good. So Luis Rodriguez, well, yo, he raised his price. Hey. If we sign him for that, he's the only guy that we're getting. Ugh, that. But, dude, 95 gap power, potentially? That could be a killer second baseman, man. And we can make room at second base pretty easily. What's Raul Perez looking for? 3.8 outright. Okay. What's Luis Torres looking for? 3.4. Do we go for Perez and Torres, or do we go for Luis Rodriguez? What's Aguirre looking for? It says 4.4. It's actually about 5, which would be too much. So Aguirre is definitely out. And then further down, Marcos Oliveras. Just a look, right? Might as well. Oliveras could have crazy power, but we don't have that scouted. Worst case, though, he does have good gap power. That's not bad. That's not bad. How much is he looking for? Oliveros, 3.4. Smiling Pete. Marcos Oliveras. Figure that one out. And then Melvin Velasquez, second baseman on the Venezuela. Oh, my God. Okay, so power-hitting second basemen are in style right now. Problem, he strikes out a ton. He strikes out a ton compared to Rodriguez, who's insane. Dude, Rodriguez is so good. And then last guy is the Luis Pelico. That's shortstop. Also looks pretty good, in fairness. What does Pelico want from a money standpoint? 4.8. Hey, one unbelievable shortstop or a starter and a reliever. That is the question. It's either Torres and Perez. 3.5 mil. And 4 mil. Ooh, that's actually close to not being able to afford both of them. It's close. We can, but it's close. If they start asking for more money because they have competitive offers, we're boned. I feel like we have to go for Luis Rodriguez. I've never seen a guy have 95 as a potential cap. Like, that is absurd. Like, genuinely absurd. Even if he's never gonna, he's never gonna hit more than, what, like 10, 15 home runs, but he's got 80 speed as well. He steals. Like, this dude's, he's an Ichiro clone at shortstop, basically. What do we do? Again, 7.7 mil, the entirety of the money, or a reliever and a starter. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Who do we have at shortstop right now? We got Tovar, and then Amador as a potential backup. We do have somebody else in the system, too. I didn't realize Tovar was making 11 mil. I think he just got handed that, right? I mean, you could definitely argue that he's not worth 11 mil. I mean, to us, he is for now. Do we have a different shortstop in the system? Yeah, we do have Cabrera, but he's only 17. And an Archer Horn. And then for pitchers, we do have Conte, Pedlar, Monk, Rangel. I don't know what to do. I do not know what to do with this. But I do need to make a decision here. Perez and Torres or Rodriguez. Perez, 85 stuff with high accuracy, crazy curveball and fastball. Could be an unbelievable closer, depending on what home run allowed is. And then Luis Torres, same thing. Crazy movement. Damn, we don't know what the home run allowed limit is. Good at holding runners. But then there's this absolute mutant at shortstop. Two great pitchers or one great shortstop. Everything, every fiber of my being says two for one. But like 95 gap power, man. How could we pass that up? Line drive hitter. Ground ball tendency, spray hitter. Fly ball tendency, normal. I mean, he's a long ways away, we can say that, but that's okay. He's solid defensively, too. Honestly, he probably does have more of a future at second base than short. But the werewolf. What a name. Luis Torres, he's about a 26 overall, too. Perez he's closer. I think it's got to be Torres. Luis Torres. Offer you the full $7.7 million request. And we'll see if he takes it. In the meantime, we continue to scout out Perez and Torres just to double check their home run tendency. Oh boy. All right. We're looking at some other dudes there, and that's fine. None of them were the key players we were looking at. I think this is mostly a mix of dudes in like the Padres system because they kept spamming us with trade offers. Hernandez and Pierre are gone. Okay. This is the issue, too. We don't have a ton of time to wait. Rodriguez says we're in the lead, but Arizona, Cincy, and Detroit are in on him. Okay, aside from all that, we're fine. God, did we make the right choice? I don't know. Perez, again, just keep scouting the man. Keep scouting the man if possible. He and Torres both. Are we going to get this unbelievable shortstop named Rodriguez? Padilla's gone. He went to Washington. Just getting more reports, but again, it's on players I'm not necessarily invested in. We got him. Shortstop Luis Rodriguez. It took our entire dedicated budget to do it. But it had to be done. It had to be done with stats like that, with high scouting accuracy. We might have just found our future face of the franchise. He's a 25 overall right now, so it'll be a little bit. But my God. Maybe the 2-for-1 would have been better. Also, the Athletics have completed their relocation to Vegas. So we have that and now the 42-man rosters. Wow. And then Monfort. Our scouting budget's been dropped. Our player development's been budget's been dropped, and our draft budget has also been dropped from $17.8 million down to about $8 million. Apparently, our team budget is up, but goddamn, Mr. Monfort, you're just killing it, aren't you? Killing it. And by killing it, I mean killing me. And yeah, the kid's 16 as well. Like, that's just nuts. So yeah, he's not even going to show up in our minor league system yet because he's in our international system with starter David Salas. They lowered it because you rated a pitcher anyway last year. So I know why they did it. I'm still mad about it. See, I mean, dude, Luis Rodriguez is just unreal. Absolutely unreal. We do need to make sure that these guys here are scouted out a little bit more. Just to find out for sure what they're all about. Since we won't have them on the team anytime soon. Well, not anytime soon, but, you know, depending on when they develop up. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. So our roster is honestly looking decent. So again, a catcher shaping up to be Goodman with Pablo Aliendo just as a backup who shouldn't complain about being a backup. He's mainly here for the defense. But Goodman making 13 mil. We do need to figure out if he's worth 13 mil or not. I mean, again, last year was good for 2.3 WAR, a 751 OPS. So, kind of left a little bit to be desired for someone getting paid 13 mil through arbitration. But also, he is one of the best catchers in the league right now. He's also a ground ball hitter, which isn't the worst, but also isn't great. So we got that element. But I'm still liking the looks of him there. First base, last year of Chris Bryant's deal. We also, of course, have Charlie Condon, who has really stepped up now, rocking a 52. So I'm a fan of that scenario. Second base, Riggio and Amador. Dirt cheap, good players, though. Third base is Oda. And we do got to call up his backup. Toshinobu Oda, last year's Rookie of the Year. Shortstop is Ezekiel Tovar, who is making more money than he should be making. If we're being honest, that might be the new Chris Bryant contract. And then the outfield is shaping up to be Doyle, Beck, Thomas, and Carrig. Mostly cheap outside of the $11 million for Brenton Doyle, but defensively, he's absurd. He was pretty good offensively last year, too. 267 average, a 321 on base. But, yeah, from a fielding perspective, he's almost untouchable right now in the league, which is nice. And then for our pitchers, we don't have the highest rated, but the key here, we really don't have a single fly ball pitcher, except Jackson Jobe, who we just picked up from Detroit. We are going to try to flip if we can. That's a big if. Hasn't happened so far. So do we have anything else to worry about? There's no other international amateurs we can sign. I think we just need to get to spring training. I think we do. We'll see if anything else happens as the month goes on. Is that shortstop going to have been the right choice? That is the question, and I do not have the answer to that. I do not have the answer to that. Damn, man. Trade proposal from the Padres. Because they never leave me alone. Just making sure that's just scouting, and it is. All right. So they want J.B. Middleton, who is a 44 potential starter. Which, yeah, seems accurate. Like, yeah, he's solid. He's a dude. He's a dude. They would give up Johan Moreno and Michael Salina. I don't know why the Padres just decided to try to bully me into a bad trade, but I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Unless I accidentally hit the button, I'm not doing it. It's not happening. Giants. Dude, everybody wants Herrera. I'm not giving him up either. 62 potential reliever. They would give up a 35 and a 32. These offers are so bad. You're just wasting my time. Like, genuinely just wasting my time. Goodness. Organization, minor leagues. I'll make sure everybody in our system is highly scouted, and they are. And then international. We're still waiting for those to go through. God, that shortstop, man. That shortstop. Is he going to have been worth it? Good starter and a reliever, or just this crazy, crazy shortstop? I don't have the answer. Player development. There we go. We've been waiting for one of those updates. So Braden Nett's potential is up by 1. Okay. Wellington Herrera's stuff rating goes from a 65 to a 70. He goes from a 50 overall to a 55 and jumps to a 62 potential. Good Lord. At 23, look at this guy. Are you kidding? And he's getting paid league min. Wow. Just an absolute flamethrower. Brandon Isert goes down to a 38, so that might be him off the roster. Charlie Condon goes from a 52 to a 57, now has 60 potential, so he is a beast. Riggio sees a couple of ratings drops. Amador drops from a 46 to a 45. Oda drops to a 52. Tovar's potential drops from 51 to a 50. Jordan Beck down by 2. All right, so we had some improvement, but definitely some drops. That was not the plan. That was not the plan, but we continue. We continue. What time is it? It's got to be like 5 a.m., right? Yep, just about. Jesus. The last 2 hours of this game have just gone by so quickly. It is nuts. It is nuts. All right. Well, we will at least get to the start of spring training, and it looks like that'll be our stopping point. Unless something crazy happens that really catches my attention. But yeah, I didn't think we'd be playing 6 full hours of this, but man, out of the park, still got it. Cleveland wants Middleton for Cameron Johnson and Tyler Howard. Not a bad trade, but really no reason to do it. Unless we thought Tyler Howard could be decent, but we really don't. If Middleton was a fly ball pitcher, that wouldn't be that bad. You're just a spreadsheet nerd. Always have been. That is not news. That is not news. All right, we've just been getting a lot of scouting reports done, which is nice. Again, organization, roster, everyone looking good. Minor leagues, everyone's looking good. International, just Arakawa and Martinez. Martinez we're already scouting. Luis Rodriguez. Please live up to that potential. Medium dev risk, but please live up to that potential. You could be generational. Genuinely generational. The machine. We won't even have access to him for a little bit either. It's nuts. Another trade proposal. Padres want Jordan Beck for Landry Ureka. No. Absolutely not. I did just notice. Have a final balance of 29 million. Projected balance is 17. Not my money to worry about. It's your money I'm spending. Mr. Monfort, you'll be fine. How much are the Monforts worth again? Charlie Monfort, net worth. 700 million. The team valued at over 1.3 billion. You will be fine if I miss projection by 12 million. Because I'm still dealing with the fact that somebody signed a terrible contract for Chris Bryant. Players promoted from International Complex. Oh my God, he's here already. Luis Rodriguez. He's already heading into the minor league system. That was fast. Should we target Tommy White? I don't fucking know. Should we? I mean, maybe. The guy's good. Toshiari Arakawa. I don't know. It's interesting that our GM's like, hey, should we get this guy? You know, if Tommy tanks, huh? If it wasn't for Chris Bryant having to take up a roster spot this year, I probably would go and get that guy. I probably would. All right. So minor leagues. So Rodriguez is going to be playing rookie ball. Conte is already with Spokane. Crosby. Okay, so Crosby has dropped from an 80 potential down to a 73. Okay. Still looks good. Doesn't quite look as good, but does still look good. I can't be upset about that. And obviously that's just a nice reminder that people, of course, can kind of fall off a little bit. But the pride of Shafter, California, who we took 7th overall last year, still looking decent. Tony Guerrero, let's make sure we scout you out more. And then international-wise, we got everybody scouted there. Good. Really nobody left in the system outside of Oyun Kim from Korea. So, fair enough. Fair enough. But, all right. As much as I would love to continue, it is 5 o'clock in the morning here. My God, I need to go to bed. But thank you all for hanging out that stuck with me or that came over from the Franchise Time Machine raid. Again, he is a lovely, lovely individual. And still got fingers crossed for you, buddy, on that partnership. Again, I've someone who's been paying attention now to the Out of the Park baseball directory for a while now. You're carrying the damn thing outside of the devs themselves. You know, I'm hopeful that Twitch will recognize that. Because sometimes they do. Where they're just like, hey, this guy is dominating this one directory. He's got that specialty thing going on, and it can work out pretty well. But let's see. Who are we going to go to on the way out? I don't even know. I don't even know. Would you believe the only people playing MLB The Show are on Diamond Dynasty? They had someone in that directory playing franchise, and then his White Sox save crashed in Game 7 extra innings of the World Series. Weird. I wonder who that guy was. Weird. Alright, well. I just don't know. I just don't know. Can I find some random thing? Some random person? There's got to be something. There's got to be someone. All right. We're doing the bad thing. We're looking at the live channels. Apparently Warcraft is going off right now. It's going off. What else do we got? Here, you know what? Let's page down twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. All right. Who can we find? Who can we find? These people still have too many viewers. I don't like it. I don't like it. We're just going to go to Jugsy. I changed my mind. Anyway, everybody, thank you again for hanging out tonight. I appreciate the hell out of you. We will be back tomorrow right here with more of this Rockies rebuild when it's not 5 in the morning for me. The question is, what will the future be for Luis Rodriguez, who I am going to bandwagon for like nobody has ever bandwagoned for before. Good night.